You want to get started? Okay, she's ready to get started.
All right. So,
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the June 3rd LIDS Subcommittee meeting. My name is Lindsay Summers and I am the DDFO for the Hanford site. I'd like to remind folks a few things before we get started. The first one is this meeting will be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. And the second one is each member has a joint responsibility for assuring that the operating ground rules are observed and discussions are conducted in a respectful manner. I appreciate your attendance today and I look forward to today's meeting.
couple of administrative items before we get rolling. These meetings are being recorded and people are attending online. Be sure you speak towards the owls so people can hear you. If you haven't already, we have a sign-in sheet near the door and some handouts to bribe you.
And also, just since there is no AV and some of you are facing away from us, if you could really like maybe use your outside voices so that we can hear you and take good notes.
Okay. Rebecca, what are we looking at today?
So we have Kyle Swinson here. We're going to talk about the traffic engineering study that was done in 2020. We had previously, the Health Safety Environmental Protection Committee had put out some advice on traffic safety on the Hanford site. And so he's going to give us an overview presentation on the engineering study that was done. Do you want me to go through the rest of the morning or?
That's all right. Before we launch in, would we like to go around the room and do introductions? We do have a new note taker, so I'd like to make sure she is familiar with everyone's names, faces, and voices.
Sure.
I can start. My name is Josh Tatnod, supporting the facilitation team. Our new note taker.
My name's Chandra. So I'm the new Josh, old Josh, and I'll be doing the note taking now.
I'm Sean McCluskey, representing Legal Women Voters.
Ryan Miller representing ecology.
Dan Strom, Benton Franklin Health District.
Rebecca Holland, I represent Hamtech and chair of the LIDS committee.
Lindsay Summers, DOE.
Rob Davis, represent Pasco. Drew Thomas, HMIF Facilities Engineering Director.
I'm Kyle Swenson, HMIS Road Traffic Engineer.
Brian Bergen, HMIS Director of Transportation Services.
Larry Brandt, Community at Large.
Bob Quirk, member of the public, not happy.
In the corner.
Laura Caulfield, Tina. Mary Ann Lucky, Age of the Hand.
Okay. And we have a handful of people attending online. Dan, would you like to introduce yourself?
Dan Solitz, member of the public.
Catherine?
Catherine Glick, hydrogeologist, nuclear waste program ecology.
Matt?
Matt Hendrickson, Oregon Department of Energy.
Morgan?
Morgan Johnson, Department of Ecology, 100-300 area lead.
Mia?
Hi, everyone. Mia Burke, Hanford Challenge.
And Megan?
Megan Perkins, Department of Health.
And Susan?
Susan Coleman, Public at Large.
Okay. That's everyone.
Tom, Rutgers.
I must have missed that Melissa. Oh, there we go. Tom.
Okay.
All right. Is there anything else to share before we get started?
Turn the volume up.
I was adjusting that as people were speaking.
A little loud in here, so folks could just speak up. That would be great.
Okay, whenever you're ready, I'll bring up the PowerPoint. All right.
All right, good morning, everyone. There's Kyle Swenson, the road traffic engineer for Acquisition Integration Services. I'm here to talk to you about the study we had done in 2021 for transport to the Central Plateau to the Y Barricade, and that involved routes 2 South, 11A, and 4 South. So kind of what I'll talk about from the study that was done, I'll talk about the background, give existing characteristics of the roadway, purpose and need, why we did the study, what we're looking for from the study, existing conditions, again, just some more of the existing roadway geometrics and some statistics about them, the evaluation process, what they looked at, how they did it, and how they graded it, recommendations from the study, and then what's been done after the study's been done. So in the background, MSA Mission Support Alliance hired an architectural engineering firm in 2021 to determine how best to manage traffic flow through the Y Barricade into the Central Plateau. The main routes that are accomplished this are Route 2 South, 11A, and 4 South. And we also asked them to look at improvements at the Y Barricade to improve flow through it, and then intersection improvements at Cannon Avenue and Baltimore Avenue that intersect Route 4 South into the 230. So why did we do this? The study was done to investigate, evaluate, and recommend alternatives that answer the following question. What is the best long-term strategy for these 3 roadways? What is the most efficient way of routing traffic through the Central Plateau? What can be done to improve Y Barricade efficiency? And what can be done to improve safety and the route at the Route 4 intersection with Kent and Baltimore Avenue? So some existing conditions of the roadways. So the first one we'll talk about is Route 4 South. It is a 2-lane, 2-way configuration with 12-foot lanes with 1 to 2 foot paved shoulders. It has currently, at the time of the study, it had an 85 pavement condition index. Pavement condition index is a numerical score from 0 being the worst, 100 being a brand new road. So basically, we do this to help determine the best treatment method for the roadway and due to industry standards. So typically, if the road's 100, it doesn't need anything for a while, but as it continues to degrade, we'll go from chip seals to overlays all the way down to the full reconstruction of the roadway. So it's just a way for us to track the status of the road to determine the best treatment method to support the Hanford cleanup mission. So as you can see, since the study was done in 2021, they rated it from an 85 to a 74. Typically, roads degrade 3 to 4 points a year. So based on national standards, and we've kind of seen a slight change, usually 2 to 4, but since our roads don't get that much traffic, but they do degrade due to environmental and low semi-truck loads and things like that. Average daily traffic, that's pretty self-explanatory. How many cars travel the road both ways? At the time of the study, it was 7,562. And we did it last summer. We do the main routes every year. So this summer will get counted again. But last summer it was at 7,463. So not much of a change. The next one I'll talk about is Route 2 South. This is a 4-lane, 2-way configuration. We have 9 to 10 foot lane widths and 0 to 1 paved shoulder. As you can see from the pictures, this road is, and the 80 PCI score, this road is deteriorating and needs some help. So that was another part of this, the reason for the study. Do we need to keep a 4-lane or do we need to look at a different configuration for the road? At the time of the study, 757 cars were using this road daily. Now in 2022, that's down to 520. And so similar, same configuration as Route 2 South for Route 11A. The PCI at the time of the study was 34 and it's down to 25. PCI standards, any road that's 24 and below is basically considered a failed road, almost basically gravel. So this is again another road that needs some help. We have done some thin overlays to kind of help it, but those are Band-Aids and the road does need some sort of reconstruction to operate at a safe location. The Y barricade, so there are 2 lanes of egress. It goes down to 1 outside the peak morning time frame. You can actually see on the pictures, they have cones blocking one of the egresses. There's 3 outbound lanes of egress. During the time of the study, this had 8,116 average daily driving to it. So if you think why it's not the same as Route 4 South, this number is kind of a combination of 4 South and 2 South traffic, so it's a little bit higher than the 4 South traffic. And they're not taken at the exact same time, so there's some minor differences. Now it's down to about 7,967 when it was daily. All right, the evaluation process. So part of the study for Route 4 South, they looked at 5 different scenarios or configurations. First one was no build. That's just kind of a baseline, what's the existing versus the other ones. The second one was widen the standards. So currently, to get up to WashDOT standards, they require 8-foot shoulders from our 0 to 1 foot. So what would this one would just be widened shoulders to modern day standards. The third one would be to widen to 4 lanes with a divided median. So this would be a 4-lane, 2-way configuration with shoulders that were brought up to WashDOT standards. And then the last one would be just a reversible lane. So basically you would add 1 lane in the morning, the second lane would be open to traffic going to the site. In the afternoon, that lane would be used for traffic leaving the site. So, and then for Route 2 South and 11A, they looked at 3 scenarios. The first one's a no build. The second one is a 2-lane undivided. So just rebuilding 2 lanes with 12-foot lanes and 4-foot shoulders. And then the last one was a 2-lane divided, so there'd be a median in between, so the lanes would be right next to each other. So the evaluation criteria, so this is kind of what we talked to and how we wanted them to kind of organize their thoughts into this study. We wanted the alternatives were evaluated in 7 different areas. We'll go into those here in the following slides. The highest combined alternative scores were compared through those different and the alternatives that were now evaluated, and the highest overall alternative score for each roadway was the recommendation. So, the first evaluation process was looking at the safety of them. And so when all these were part of that safety now, so lane geometrics, lane widths, shoulder widths, and how they compare to current standards, merging and weaving. Just after the white barricade, we go from 2 lanes down to 1. So can we reduce those? What are the aspects of those? How much do they delay traffic? Passing. We've had a few accidents, but we do allow passing in these areas. We go from like 2 South 11A. We go from a 4-lane to a 2-lane. How does that impact traffic? Improve safety, reduce safety. The medians allow. There's something called clear zone, which is a width of distance off the roadway that needs to be free from obstacles that are in the traffic pit. But the median, you're allowed to, you can achieve that without barrier. You can make lanes wide enough that it's hard to go off the road safely stop before striking it off if they weren't, so that's not. And then configuration, between a 1-lane, 2-lane reversible, what are the impacts on the configuration in regards to safety? Next one. So traffic operations analysis. So basically, I don't know if anybody has driven through the Y barricade or Route 4 South during the morning commute, but it does back up quite a bit. The 2 times I went out with the A&E, we noticed that it took about 5 minutes for a car way in the back to get all the way to the Y barricade. So looking at that, how can we improve that? And there in 4 South, the backup continued, but there was a merge area that it's called the zipper merge. We have problems doing that at Hanford. So can we remove that, improve it? How do we do things like that? When it comes to construction delays, traffic control, some of these are easy to build, some of them are not. So like if we added a reversible lane, you have to kind of build the new lane right next to existing traffic. So you have to put a barrier so it doesn't allow egress off the road for a long time sometimes, whereas if you're building a new configuration off, but two lanes new, you can just build that all, not affect existing traffic. And the construction, like, some of these may take a summer, some of these may take 2 years. So just looking at those and evaluating. The next part was the cost summary, just the design and construction cost and how those compare to each other, the benefit cost analysis, life cycle cost versus the benefit when it comes to safety, things like that. Pavement condition analysis. So this just looked at what we talked about before, that 1 to 100 score. You know, if you build a new road, that becomes 100, whereas some of our roads are at 74 and they require, you know, maybe more expensive treatments in 8 years versus the new road might not require that same expensive treatment in 8 years. So it's just looking at the 25 to 40-year life of that road and comparing the cost along those years. Environmental impacts, so the area, so the area of potential effect, and then the compensatory habitat mitigation, whether there's some old growth sagebrush, what do we do have to replace that if we do impact it with any of our choices. So this is the final comparison. So these are all the different things we talked about and their scores. And then I've highlighted the ones in red that were the highest overall scores and the recommendation for the study. And this is just kind of a visual guide. Route and 4 South recommendation was a divided highway. Highlighted the wrong little thing. I just noticed that. Fix that. But we're going to widen 4 South by adding 2 additional lanes, including a median. Route 2 South and 11A is a 2-lane divided highway. Ended up being big, but the key with this is we're going to go from 4 lanes down to 2 lanes, and this was due to the added capacity of 4 South and the low amount of vehicles that use 2 South and 11A compared to 4 South. So widen 4 South to account for the majority of the traffic, why this still is available for other mission operations. And the Y barricade. So during the study, it was proposed and they analyzed adding a 3rd badge station to the, I guess, we'll say to the west of the existing Y barricade. So they widened the Route 4 Southwest to add a 3rd lane that would just be used in the mornings. After the study and more talks with Campus Patrol, they have since updated what they would like, and they would like something more like on the bottom right. This is an example picture, kind of an inspiration of a military installation where they have a covered thing with full boost to use, and they have lights and bars that can be used to close the lane rather than cones. So this is what we are going through with our future estimates and future plans and our scope. So with the intersections, this study was done during the middle of the COVID shutdown. So usually when you do an intersectional analysis, you have somebody count the people turning left, going straight, going right. And we didn't feel that was very feasible with majority of traffic on the site. So what they did is gave us what they think is probably the best solution. This is a kind of a conceptual design at Baltimore Avenue with the intersection around 4 South. When we do go into design, we do have it meant that the A&E that's going to design this will do their own study or analysis of these intersections and give us what they think is their best option for both of these intersections. So, all right, next.
Is there anything else?
Should be one more slide. Okay, well, and maybe got cut out. I'll just talk to it. So what's been done since the study was been done? So we created project L940 for Route 4 South, the Y barricade and the intersections. We do have a scope statement done for it, and revised estimates are in progress for it since it was last estimated during the study. For Route 2 South and 11A, project L941 was created. We do have a scope statement for that, and along with Route 940, this one is also currently being re-estimated. And as far as their status, they're both projects are still in the planning phase. And that's it.
Okay. Just a point on, I'd like to invite some regulatory perspectives. Anyone would like to speak from ecology?
I'll have a lot to add other than thanks for your presentation.
Yeah.
Super interesting information. It's interesting fact I just learned a few years ago when after I started working here was, when we're talking about Hanford budget specifically, up to half Hanford's budget actually goes to like maintenance and infrastructure and keeping the lights on. So just something to keep in mind when we talk about Hanford's budget outside of the traffic improvements. But really, really good presentation. Thanks for all the stuff.
Is anyone available to speak for EPA?
EPA was unavailable this week.
All week. Yeah. All right, with that, we can move on to committee questions. Who'd like to start? That's true.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
one thing I mentioned will bring this in is, I don't know, is Michelle?
And then we have to speak up.
I is Michelle,
She's not.
she's not, oh, well,
Amos introductions, introduce yourself to her.
hi, Rich Blum, this city of West Richland. We are, West Richland is growing dramatically and actually we're building out 3,000 homes. Part of that will be expanding Keene out to Twin Bridges, which will bring a fourth cut for our population to head out to Route 10.
Okay.
So I would expect Route 10, and I believe didn't talk about traffic on Route 10. Now that the 240 Route 10 roundabout has come about, it's still backing up a little bit. We had a casualty recently at that, on 240 there. So the intersection of Route 10 by the Y barricade is going to shift a little bit more traffic towards Route 10 off Stevens.
Okay.
But so if the Y barricade, the barricade gives preference to Route 10 for one of the guard aspects that it likely improve things. But what comes to my mind is when I was at Rocky Flats, and possibly this is what I was getting at, the guard gates were automatic. And basically you scan your badge and your badge with the gate. Is that the intent here? Possibly.
Yeah, so right now it's just a visual check. They don't have to come to a complete stop or just flash it.
Right.
Argument.
But then again, much smaller population where we have much more gates.
Yes.
Story.
Yeah, so the big issue and why we get such a backup is Route 4 South and there's 2 lanes to Y barricade, but one of those is solely dedicated for traffic coming off the right side.
Right.
So they get preference in the left lane. The 2 lanes on Route 4 South have to merge into one. So the combination of the merge and slowing down to 2-3 miles an hour and the amount of cars that we have during the peak month just backs up.
Right, so basically you're adding a gate for.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I guess, so as far as the gates, are you looking at automated everything? Because that would.
I don't think there's gonna be a change in their visual inspection. I just hopefully think based on the report, they said 3 lanes should reduce that delay to maybe 5 minutes down the road. So just maybe getting close through it. And if we go to the option of expanding Route 4 South to 4 lanes, that merge just north of the barricade goes well. So that we have preferential treatment to the left lane, a merge before the barricade and a merge right after that. So just the combination of all 3 of those. And we've been working on behaviors at Hanford site, but some people just don't have to let people in. So like the right lane have to come to a complete stop before they can move over the left. So it's
I've done that 20, 30 years.
Yep, there's never been patched along the existing roadway configuration, we kind of add all to a mess in fact.
Well, from a practical standpoint, I would say over the next 5 years, you're gonna see a significant increase in Route 10 traffic.
Yeah, we have seen a little bit of a shift since the roundabout was built. And people started to figure out that Route 10 does get, their own left turn lane. So, and it's easier.
Well, they have provided advice to suggest a slip lane from 241 to Route 10 prior to the roundabout.
Yes.
But even now, that would probably improve flow into, off 240.
There is so there is a free right turn lane.
Yeah, but it's
It's not
around.
it's at the roundabout, not stuff.
So, working with, WashDOT to extend that slip lane or move it back, it would probably be beneficial. Other than that,
I think,
oh,
yeah.
Thank you for the report. It's excellent. It really represented the study. I have some questions. First, is improvement, or replacement of roads in the budget, at least for this cycle?
I can't say exactly what's in this cycle. Each road that is in our contract maintaining has a project number and is in the planning phase. I can't speak to what was going to come to it.
So, and you also probably can't speak to how often budget requests have been made over the years or the improvement is actually.
But we have a project on the books for each of
You
them.
guys are loud.
Yeah.
It's just hard.
Okay.
You had mentioned some of the priorities in your chart. And those actually came from the stakeholders that met, that worked on the original track engineering report. And they had mentioned safety with a 9, traffic with a 10, construction delay 2, that sort of thing. The benefit cost, I didn't understand until I looked a little further. And that includes fuel savings and social costs and
Yes.
related department and pollution reduction and maintenance costs. Before this study, the recent study, the 2020 study, there have been other studies in 1991. And I have no idea who prepared this, who were authors, but not a department or a sub. They had indicated that highways south of the barricade have been upgraded to modern standards for good condition. They're talking about 4S there. But on the others, they indicated there was inadequate capacity to handle high traffic volumes between the wide barricade and 200 East area. Substandard roads upgrade, and pavement strength for truck haulage. And I think that'll be important when we start hauling, glass out of Hanford. Pavement failure and soft or substandard shoulder. When the 2000 study came about, a company was hired on good basis. I think it's JUB or JU. Yeah. And they didn't provide the data. The data, this was during COVID, you mentioned that. The data came from Mission Support Alliance. And it was data collection from 2008 to 2020. And so what that tells me is that, first of all, that wasn't firsthand information from the people writing the document. And second, it may be dated and it need to be upgraded as part of a policy issue to get some money to do this. In addition to the subcontractor and mission support, there was an aerometric LIDAR in 2008 and white shield LiDAR in 2016. This contractor, did a good job. We really, we don't know about the data. It's probably okay, but not perfect. But, the subcontractor went to, Benton County and asked about their standards and received no response. Benton County went to, Washington Department of Transportation, and they provided a report to the sub, of standard roads in the state of Washington, including road grid, grid underneath the roads, shoulder and that sort of thing. And they incorporated that in the report, so that, that gives me a little more, confidence in the report. There's another report out, and I don't know if you guys have considered it, HNF 59706, done in September of 2019, and it's a roads master plan. Did that go anywhere? Did that just sit in the box?
No, the road master plan is updated every 2 to 3 years. I think I'm waiting on one more thing, it was the current update that was done last year. So we've done last updated in 2023, and it'll be updated next year in 2025.
Okay.
So for contract, we have to update every 2 years.
So who uses that?
So basically I use that to justify why we need road projects. What mission is it support?
You need road projects. This 1991 report, anticipated that the total cost of their pick of alternatives would be $23,300,000. And I see one alternative piece today at that kind of time.
Yes.
Just follow up.
Yeah.
We're talking about hundreds of thousands, so.
Okay, 100.
So Lindsay, what can this committee do, to help this project along? Safety is the primary issue, and with these big trucks rolling and cars rolling, especially in the morning hour, it's terrible. Can I help you with anything?
So right now, the
moving to point 11.
And who's on the phone?
Oh, sorry, I hit my mute.
So currently this was a request from Rebecca, and so I'm going to send it back over to Rebecca on what the next steps are.
Okay, well, we had talked in our last committee meeting and we had a briefing again, our last committee meeting with the infrastructure, and some of it had to do with the roads. This has been, an ongoing issue that this committee and the previous name of the committee has put on. We issued advice in the past. We'd also talked about issuing advice again. And I think, and part of it was we wanted to see or have a presentation about this engineering study, so we had more of a background or where they're at this point, since the last time we issued the advice. I think that thank you for this presentation. This does help. I think, some of the committee can talk about. I personally would like to issue another piece of advice using some of these alternatives and what the recommendations are. If nothing else, just to let the Department of Energy headquarters and anyone else who reads our advice know that it's still on our radar and that it is a priority.
We last, did an advice, submission, it was 218, I think. And I don't remember the date on that, but it was very general. It wasn't specific at all. It just said, let's improve.
I think it was very specific,
So
actually.
I didn't get that.
Yeah, we talked about the 300 area fire station, the road there. We talked about the abandoned road out there. This was prior to the roundabout being built. using that abandoned road to make a right turn lane there. We talked about widening the road to 4 lanes, talked about the white barricade. A lot of the stuff that has been done in this study that he talked about, we did issue in that advice. And we can go back and revisit it, and maybe use some of these, numbers, statistics here. Like you said, safety is important. If you can't get the workers on the site safely and get them home safely, then, you kind of defeated your whole purpose. And it's, I've been on site for almost 38 years, and so I've dealt with this white barricade for a long, long time, and it's terrible. A lot of people don't even want to go back out there just because of the condition of the roads and trying to get through that white barricade.
But, the white barricade is a daily issue for people, but, the real issue we should look at is safety. And thank God there's not many accidents on the side of it, but that's the thing that should drive whether we move out. And why, but still, a little delay every day is probably very irritating to people, but, safety should be the norm.
So what about safety, Larry?
Well, as the report said, basically replacing, everything before S, 11, especially 11A and 2S, because they were built in 1940. And, the lane width is not standard and the shoulder is not standard. And in some cases, there's a roll off on the edge of the road for people to roll on their vehicles, and that should be extended so that it provides more safety. If somebody jerks the wheel in their car because there's a elk in front of them, it could be the end of it. Going over that bank by one of those guys. Plus a semi accident would be horrific. I don't think.
Well, I think the other aspect of safety that we included last time as well, and it can, we can reiterate it in the next piece of advice if we choose to put one out, is we also talk a lot about emergency response and in an emergency trying to get workers off of the Hanford site. Been through a lot of snow, when they release people early, and it is, it's not easy to get people off the site when you have only 2 lanes. And then you also have bad road conditions at the same time. So, that's another aspect. But the committee can talk about that. And I believe Richard is heading that up, the advice.
Well, yeah, and my thought is I've ridden a lot of those old roads, and they're actually not,
I'm sorry.
they're not that bad shape, considering other highways in the state. With the low volume that's coming out, the suggestion is, one approach could be simply to restripe it. Is take a 4-lane down to a 2-lane type of approach, because they are divided. I'm amazed at some of the older roads out there that were just gravel, hard, and they're in very good shape.
Yes.
Considering those were built in the 40s. These are not built with these main roads, I believe, were rebuilt in the 80s.
Yeah, four south got a chip seal in 2019.
Yeah, but my concern for 4 South is you're gonna have tremendous amount, we don't have rail service out to the plant, so you're gonna have a lot more truck service, which is gonna degrade 4 South. And if you have to do any repairs in 4 South, now you're really in a mess.
That's right.
And so the 4-laning of 4 South, putting in the new go-to lane would take care of that load that's gonna be going out there to the bid plan. So it parallels bid plan. I still believe working with WashDOT, the improvement off of 240 to Route 10 is, getting that traffic onto Route 10 without dealing at the roundabout would be a beneficial, which was our original advice, is use the old road bed and put in a single lane. So those advice, we can reiterate that advice that we had. I believe someone is going to talk about the one area fire station or
That's breaking.
separate people. Okay. All right, but that's, we can reiterate what was in that and update it, so to speak, based on this evaluation. But the response to our request was this report, and that's why we asked for what was this report.
Other questions? Go ahead, Rod.
Yeah, I have several things. One, as far as the advice goes, I think that we need to press Brian Dance that it needs to go an action item under the mission and site infrastructure improvement. Okay, needs to be listed because there's nowhere it's mentioned clear to 28. So let's elevate the importance of. I guess the other thing is I get lots and lots of questions, but I kind of keep it down. What materials are we talking about? Are we talking about improvement of road surface materials to last this until 2080? What are we looking at life for these new roads we're having?
Yeah.
Are we, yeah.
So in the design phase, we'll work with the A&E, usually, how the road, strength comes from the subway. So basically you say, I want a 50-year life service. And you'll take the traffic on that, convert it to, it's called an equivalence to go accident. So basically all the trucks, all the cars converted to one number, and you times that by the year. We design that road base to withstand that amount of vehicles to that. So that'll be more done with that.
So then, and as far as materials going with concrete other than asphalt.
So, concrete is drastically more expensive than asphalt and it takes longer. But it lasts way longer. So that'll be kind of in the design phase where we're going to determine whether it's asphalt or concrete. Right now, it's yes.
Right. And any, we recognize that roads degrade mostly by the loads on the vehicles. And now we have this new fleet of electric buses with 2,000 pounds more weight on average than others. So are you anticipating that in these studies?
Well, I can't say we have, but that's a good recommendation going forward. Yeah, absolutely.
The other thing I did want to mention to our committee here is, I think safety is very important. Yes, I think that, having a nice clear way to get through and not having to wait and that sort of thing. But remember that operational security is really important at that wide area. And that's our main entrance. And I would like to not have automatic, flash your cards or whatever. I'd like to make sure security is concerned, gives us the best option of how to move cars through there and still maintain that operational security.
The operational security of Rocky Plus is really good because they can pull a person's bad access at that.
But we're not there.
No,
I'm just saying is that we need to be careful because we stress trying to get through pass, maybe we get more accidents because of it, and et cetera. On the other hand, security is so important. We still have a lot of targets. That's all. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yes, I just have one other thing to add, that I mentioned last time. And I don't know what the status is at this point, but this George Washington Way, and Javelin. Supposed to be going to one way
Yes.
each way.
Yes.
Which could also have a bigger impact on that road out, heading out. To Fort South, because I know a lot of people use G-Way.
Yes.
So, or use that, they close off that cutoff, that extension, but there's still the extension, that goes into the 300 area, in and out and all that. So I don't know if that's something that's, being considered as well.
Yeah, we are aware of it. I think they were looking to start maybe next year. And for I'm not familiar, G-Way would be one way heading north from the Chadwood intersection all the way to Simon to where that Circle K Little Caesars is. And then at that point, traffic on G-Way heading south would have to taper on over to Chadwood. To consideration, but, or south of barricade is still, I think, capacity wise. And I guess we have to track where that traffic goes. So we go to Hanford, we go to Givenall, where they all go.
So what is your relationship with the state of Washington? Traffic.
I used to work for WashDOT, so I have that background knowledge, but I don't regularly correspond with the Department of Transportation. They do let us know, like this summer, I believe, they're gonna do a project on 240 for Pagan to Stevens, that widen, give one more additional lane, since that stoplight at Hagan has cost such a valuable on 240. So that'll be a small little widening upgrade that they're doing. But other than that, yeah, 40 out. So they do let us know when they're doing stuff in our area, but I don't correspond with the regular. We can check it.
A couple of weeks ago, I was at the city council meeting, and probably the third most important thing on their list was all the growing traffic. And the fact that they now have, they estimate up to 4,000 Hanford employees are living in Pasco and have to drive somewhere on the other side. And traffic is something that I think Pasco needs some relief on.
Yes.
I know it's not the DOE.
Yeah, and I can forward you about 2016, WashDOT gathered a bunch of local interest groups and did a study on how to best manage the 240 corridor. And the top recommendation is the new bridge right around the 300 area. Right. Pasco. There's a lot of infrastructure that the county would have to do their existing roads to handle that, but I'm not sure if you were familiar with that report.
No, that was brought up.
Okay. But, I can forward the links on WashDOT, the links that you get, you guys if you have that.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Any questions? Bob?
Been decades since I traveled this route, far too frequent. This one's there. I would go for the people that were going on 2 South and 11A were people going to the construction site or waste treatment plant. And that's still what's primarily using 2 South.
We haven't done too much origin destination, but by looking at Canton, northbound and WTP traffic coming out the north gate. I would say that the majority of the traffic is from WTP, if that's an assumption, but I can't really tell you percentages.
They need to take, look at that. I would think, what's the forecast for that? As WC transitions from phase on law after the increase construction of HLW, and then into operation, what's actually happening. The long last lead that's towards IBM.
Yeah.
Eventually, hopefully the HLW class will have to go south one time, and then you want to take a look at that also.
Yeah,
That's more than worth it.
yeah, in the study, we do have them take into forecast population projections. And we did get some from WTP, and basically showing that construction folks being replaced by operations. So the traffic levels are pretty level. To the amount of shipment, I think that I can't remember, but they did give us projections on the amount of shipments that will take out of WTP. And those will be taken into account during the development phase for each section of their work.
Okay. Any other questions for Kyle? If you mind, raise your hand or say something in the chat.
Thank you guys very much for coming.
And,
Yes.
I think, about 25 minutes before the next scheduled break. How would you like to use that time?
Well, I would suggest that the committee have a discussion next on the agenda here about traffic forward.
Next step,
Yes.
Alright, and the grab one, the previous traffic safety device is available at this back table. For those online, we have a copy or a link in chat. Let's have a copy. So everyone's refreshed themselves. Any thoughts on the path forward?
I take the notes and what was commented on. I appreciate the comment relative to who's using 2 South and 11A. I guess I would say that probably would advise them to figure out, I mean, my thought is, since there's no talk about reactivating the rail, there's a lot of grit that's gonna have to be shipped out there. And, heavy truck traffic is going to, impact the road. The question is answers, what is going to be the truck route for it line? Historically, I've followed a lot of trucks out for south. I'm not quite sure if they're using 2S or 11A as an alternate, unless it's a controlled shipping. I don't. So my concern based on the study is we should support the 4S widening or going to 4 lanes, which would provide a new lane, which would support that loading. As far as 11A and 2S, while there can be improvements, that doesn't, like I said, I've driven both, and neither one gives me, speed limit is probably more appropriate controls than anything else. I like the electric car comment, but I don't believe it is any worse than what the load per square foot. I don't think it's any worse than what's allowed by trucks. The design basis loading.
But it just needs more tracks then.
They should make more trucks.
Yeah, right, the equivalent.
But again, if you had to do major repair on 4S, that would be a major nightmare for Hanford. As far as gates go, I always use the rattlesnake gate. But that's beside the point. I'm not quite sure, in our previous, we talked about the lane off 240 to Route 10. I still, in light of from what I understand, I haven't gone that route since the roundabout at rush hour. The fact is that a lot of traffic is trying to get to route. I used to take Twin Bridges to 240 out to the Rattlesnake Barricade. And that is the route that services to west. And I expect Route 10 to pick up more traffic out of West Richland, because while there may be 4,000 workers in Pasco getting to Hanford, there are easily 4,000 workers trying to get out of West Richland.
Step 4,000 against your.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, that's why I lived in West Richland, is because of him. But, well, And so I use the proverb, you know, the area of West Richland, which includes parts of East Richland. But, and that becomes, that slip lane would be important from, still appropriate. But I think we should support the widening of 4S mainly from supporting the long-term mission of the plant. And so, and not so much from a traffic safety standpoint, but also a basic infrastructure and traffic safety aspect of having to repair 4S because the long term. So those are my thoughts. I don't know what other people.
I agree with you. I think 4S is the priority and,
from a mission.
From a long-term, operational perspective, it's the priority, I think. I don't know anything about 2S and 11. I don't know if there's truck traffic on them or if it's just cars. It could be.
I've never seen another car on it when I'm on it.
Is that right?
There might be a peak time.
There has to be a reason why it was in this study, but I don't know what that is.
Well, it's bumpy. It's wavy. As it goes along the river, and also, if I remember right, it was misdesigned, and so it's got a clinch in it.
A huge pothole, you can lose your car in.
Right, but I'm just saying, but it's great.
But I was looking at these estimates and, actually, our advices, and actually two of them I think are excellent, and they didn't address those, and that's, engagement with Washington Department of Transportation and the city of Richland. I think, that's important because basically everybody lives outside of Hanford that has to go to work there. And there ought to be probably a plan that addresses traffic going to Hanford. I think Department of Transportation probably would engage, and we talked about this last time too. For turn lanes or some deceleration lanes or something. These top three advices, though, I think they're so specific that they only address part of the problem, and we should expand on those if we care to comment.
Other thoughts on potential future advice?
Well, I mean, of the Alger.
That's 300 area.
That's
That's the
300
300
fire station.
Yeah, and it's okay to advise that. I just think it's a little bit specific. It ought to be a little more general.
Well, we'll be presentation on 300 fire station, be part of the two east fire stations discussion.
So we have Brian Harkins coming.
That's where we talk about. So that's basically, it's just the exit from the 300 fire station. That basically it. And so we'll see what's coming into that.
So my question for the group is there information that you don't have that would help guide advice that we could bring in additional briefing?
Well, it seems like, everybody don't have an accurate reading on what WTP is gonna contribute. Right, to the road traffic, maybe that request. Let's get it down, because I know they're bringing supplies in all the time.
Well, that was why I was adding the aspect of 4S. What's the plan for traffic?
Well, if you're asking the same question, great, I'm sorry.
Maybe, if there's a truck increase, we should find a way to steer it other than through Richland.
There is no path.
I know, gonna go in through Rattlesnake, if that road was improved. And stay away from the worker traffic.
So is there a future WTP briefing that could incorporate
That would be.
questions related to
interesting.
traffic safety and the impacts to the roadways?
Yeah, that could be beneficial because it's not just WTP, also, eventually the tank farm contractor and WTP would be 24/7 running, which could actually reduce maybe the daytime traffic, if they, split the shifts up. But, what is the projection for number of employees and, times of day and things like that?
And materials hauling, how much trucking would be in the future? I think there's so many questions we really would like to talk to some of the people at WTP.
So maybe it's a joint briefing with the tanks committee.
Mhm.
Maybe in August, and you can try building down.
That's a good idea.
So I've got 24/7 for operations, impact for roadways and the employees, materials, traveling. What else do you have for me?
So he mentioned that the project scope statement was done on the, I think he said there's Route 4S, or 4A, or, not sure which one, which project this was that he mentioned. As he mentioned here. So, I think a good thing for this committee to do is at least say, okay, we know that you have a scope statement, the budget is still is in the works. And, what can the Hanford Advisory Board do to urge the Department of Energy to get on with the budget, or set aside money in the infrastructure to do that. So I think that's important as well. I mean, we can make all the suggestions that we want, but I think if they don't have the money, they're gonna say exactly what they said to us before, was that, thanks for your suggestion, but we don't have the money,
They've said that since 1991.
right?
This is just something that gets overlooked terribly.
1991, it was all this in house.
Well, every 10 years after that too.
Yeah.
I think we should support the report that was issued in 2000, because I think it's basically good. I think the data might be a little questionable, and that's not our problem. I don't know if you've read the entire report, but it's pages and pages and pages of costs. And those could be easily upgraded to 2024. So I would like to see us support that document.
When did you say that was put out? 2000?
2020.
Oh, I said 2000.
Oh, I probably did.
Okay.
No, 2020 is when it was issued.
Yeah, well, that's something that, the committee can look at too, incorporate, advice points based on that.
Well, I think this is summary for 2020.
Right, but it may not be all of it.
Pretty interesting.
Okay.
I mean, I went through the
The
whole.
committee can look at the report and decide, I guess.
If we could get ecology involved, this thing would move quickly.
What old growth?
Because that's the kind of organization they are.
Well, the old growth sagebrush issue was highlighted back when they originally expanded the Y barricade. But that was the major, because that was always defended, there was never a fire since 1940 at the Y barricade.
Yeah.
And so, it became a huge issue of expansions. And I'm still not quite sure what difference old growth sagebrush made. I saw the environmental report, but just for that perspective.
So I have the action to see if there is an additional briefing I can bring to the group in August to address the questions that were provided. Now, as far as next steps go for your committee, do you want to wait for me to see if there's an additional briefing we can bring to then determine whether you guys want to write advice, or do you want to start your process now?
We could start the process now and then whatever information, if it's, if it's useful,
Okay.
that we can, add that in. What do you think?
Well, I mean, we can request them to study the impacts of it,
Right.
and we could get briefing of.
But we don't need to wait till August is what I'm saying, to start working on the advice.
Right. I'm just saying, their briefing might be able to answer our advice, even if we put the advice out there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you want to schedule a brainstorming call, the IM team, or if someone just want to take a shot at drafting
I
it?
think I'll draft something and send it out.
And Richard has the action,
All right.
drafting new advice.
But it will be one page.
Could you use legal 14 inch?
Well, it'll probably flow over because our headings are.
Yeah, there you
so
go.
large.
So I think though, too, you've got to mention
Oh,
it, it's got to appear in
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah.
5-year plan, because in 2027, the only thing mentioned is replacing a vertical turbine pump in a 100 feet pump house. We're more significant than,
Right, and, and we need to, when we do the, budget priorities aspect, I think we need to focus on infrastructure aspects.
right.
I mean, just to put in perspective, what Atlanta has lost water. The city of Atlanta has lost their potable water system because they had 5 major breaks in their system. And it's been going on all weekend.
Yeah.
And they can't handle it. I don't know the separate issue. I know that they've, back in, I'm gonna say 2002, they were relining water lines out there. I have no idea. I haven't, all my years out there, I haven't seen them replacing water lines in the ripping up out in tank farms area. But major water leaks out in tank farms will be a little bit catastrophic.
Well, now you've got me on my, soapbox for a second, if you don't mind. I was told by Tom, I mentioned at one of the previous meetings, I was real concerned about cross-pipe transfer lines and their condition. And, Tom mentioned that that's infrastructure and I gotta come to this committee for it. So at this committee, I think, honestly, that piping has been in the ground for an eternity, so to speak. Okay, since some of the original piping was laid to transfer waste between the areas. It's not to code today.
Where are you going with this, Rob?
I'm going with this from the standpoint that if this is gonna handle infrastructure, we need a better definition on the health of that transfer piping and what they plan on using and how they're gonna meet the codes as described today by ecology. By some indication, they're underestimating the amount of effort that's gonna take to show that those can handle the waste. Especially, the materials, the welding, the fabrication, all those activities that were taken then are not in the codes anymore. So I don't know how ecology would ever approve that piping from even being energized, let alone transfer the waste. And so my only point here is that those questions are out there. And we really should examine those questions from the standpoint of the site infrastructure.
Okay, so can I suggest that at 11:30 we have LIDS committee business?
Right.
And, we're gonna be on Wednesday, we'll be at the leadership workshop
Right.
to put things on our committee, our work plan.
Right, right.
And so that's something that we could discuss, at 11:30.
Oh, and I'm sure, well,
If that's,
I pretty much said what I gotta say. It looked like we were gonna do work plan, but I just wanna tease.
no, I wanna
people to
make
think
sure we
that-
get it on the, on our plan, so we can bring it up on Wednesday. Appreciate that,
Yeah, I mean, it's a long-term thing. of
right?
course.
Okay,
That's
so-
well timed conclusion. It's almost
So-
10:15.
Yeah, so what I've heard is, he's gonna draft the advice and send it out to everybody, and then we can all take a look at it. And then maybe after that, maybe schedule a call or some kind of a, meet, us to get together and talk about the advice.
Sounds good.
Okay,
You ready to go to break?
I've done it.
We are.
I'm doing it.
Yep. Is everyone coming back, Josh?
Everyone will be coming back at 10:30 for the 200 East Area Fire Station overview.
Perfect.
Ready to get moving?
Okay.
Okay, so the next item on our agenda is, a discussion or briefing about the 200 area fire station overview. And, we have Brian Harkins here, who is going to give us his presentation. So thank you, Brian.
So this should go fairly quickly, leaving, an adequate amount of time for questions at the end, so, I'll be glad to answer what I can. So as Rebecca mentioned, my name is Brian Harkins. I'm the assistant manager for mission integration. What that really breaks down to is site infrastructure and everything else no one wanted. So roads, commodes, fire, water, police forces, tribal interactions, land, realty, property management, cost estimating, and life cycle cost, information for the Hanford site. And I'm sure I've missed a few of, areas where I forgot because there is a lot of cats and dogs.
Paper management.
Well, we got real construction projects, so I get my shoes dirty once in a while, but yeah, no, I've. So, and I've been here at Hanford now 30 years. Most of my time was tank farms, some over at Bit Plant. So this job I've been in now 2.5 years, was a move for me that, has been interesting. I've learned a lot and I do like the job, but, it just point out that there is a limit to my knowledge in this area. So it can easily stump me if that's your challenge. So let's, jump right in. So today we're going to talk about the 200 East Fire Station. It's, just an overview of location, capabilities, and project timeline. We're not looking for any advice on this. Next slide, please. So the 200 area fire station, the objective was, of course, the 24/7 fire protection, emergency medical services, and response. The Hanford cleanup mission has at this point an anticipated life cycle of 70 more years worth of work. And so most of the activities in the next 3 to 4 decades are really focusing in hard on the Central Plateau area. As mentioned here, currently the Hammer Federal Training Center, the Patrol Academy, the LIGO, and the Energy Northwest is included in this fire station's coverage area. It does say P&L, but we no longer provide fire services to P&L other than alarm monitoring. That's the only thing we have at this point. They have a contract with the city of Richland that provides fire protection for their facilities. The other area I should mention is 325 building, and that one will move to Richland Fire in the near future. So. Next slide, please. So just map just to show what we're talking about. We're talking about this station would be located very near the bit plant. So as you turn off the road to go down to the bit plant, it's located right there on the corner, the new location of the facility. Next slide, please. Again, a more detailed map. So the question will be why that location, and I'll answer it now. Our planning shows 2 fire stations in the Central Plateau area, 2 new stations. They replace all the existing fire stations. That's based on work loading and where the time response needs. So 1 east and 1 west. There is a location, and the map does show the other stations here. There is a current station 92 that's located between east and west. And by the time I have the second station constructed, that station will be end of life and will be closed. So next slide, please. So this is what the conceptual design looks like of the station, just to give you a view of what it looks like. Next slide.
What's the square footage in there?
Yeah, good question. I didn't write it down, but I'll text somebody who can answer that. You're done. So the capabilities is for 8 response vehicles, an area to test and train and maintain equipment, living areas to accommodate 24-hour shift personnel with a minimum of 12 firefighters per shift, storage for emergency equipment, supporting utilities and communications to assist with emergency responses, and clear access to Hanford roads and parking to accommodate staff. I will mention that this facility also has some square footage as we move from the near FFTF out to the site. The design didn't change. So it now has some excess facility or square footage. And that square footage right now for the construction purposes, just an open area, finished room, but open. It is likely that I'll move the dispatch center into that area. The current dispatch center is also at the end of its life, and I really don't have in the plans to build a new facility for them. So it is an area that I can use. So I cannot multitask, obviously. All right. Next slide, please. So the existing fire stations on site are old. We have had habitability issues with our stations. The station down here in North Richland, we've done the first round of upgrades to that facility to extend its life. And we're just about ready to start the second round of upgrades. That life extension is just to make the facility habitable between now and when this new station comes on board. So that station is old. There's been issues with HVAC and wiring. There are issues with the drains. So the big shower drains and stuff like that, on and on and on. That building is old and needs to be replaced. So the crews that are stationed there will move to this new station in the 200 Plateau, and we will close that station. What we're really talking about is as a Hanford site, work moved as the mission, cleanup mission has changed over time. We're really focusing more and more of our work activities in the plateau area. Tank farms, vitrification plant, et cetera. It doesn't mean that there's not other work going on out on the river corridor, for example. But the response time calculations for them coming from the 200 plateau area is still meets our needs there. So the location is really designed about being able to respond to people as emergencies as quickly as possible. With all the work on the plateau, our best position or best response times being located close to the work area. It really helps in getting there quickly in the emergency situation with personnel. So as you know, the site personnel headcount should be going up with the start of bid operations, and especially as HLW comes on here in a decade, continued operations in 200 East. So having the plant located there, or the station located near the plant, made the most sense. With the holistic negotiations and the movement towards that, then the second new station moves to the 200 West area to provide responses to work activities at 200 West. And as the bottom bullet is just, again, the future plan will result in consolidation of fire stations from 4 stations down to 2. 2 new stations will allow us to consolidate all of the old stations into 2 new stations. Next slide, please. Slide 9, the schedule here. The design is pretty well complete. We're working to award the contract to HMIS to construct this. They do have a bid at this point. I take that back. They do not have a bid at this point. We have not issued RFP. So we have to request a bid from the contractor. I spoke too soon. It won't let me send a message out of here. So the initiate construction in December of 25, construction completed in June of 28. I'm hoping to move that some to the left, but we'll see. There was a more than 2-year loss in time for moving it from FFTF area out to the 200 plateau as we go through and redo the design for the location, as well as do the cultural reviews and impacts necessary to locate it out there. It does allow the current station to provide support through the demolition of 324 building, which is an important aspect for the crews located. That is the facility of hazard that they're really focused on being here. So it should, timing wise, be right now, everything should be for with the demolition of the building. And then once that building demolition is done, we'll be ready to move into the new station. Next slide. So in summary, again, I went through this pretty quickly, but the 200 area fire station supports future work on the plateau. It aligns with the start of direct feed activity and the HLW eventual in a decade, and then the consolidation of the movement as river corridor reduces. I will say that the process that we go through to make the planning, there is a very detailed planning analysis that's done by outside organizations that identifies the need the location, the staffing levels, the equipment type, and also the ability for us to handle multiple emergencies at the same time. So behind what you see as a station movement, there are planning documents that have detailed this all out, that has laid out the needs for the future, that was done by an outside organization that is does this for commercial entities or cities and municipalities going out there. The twist is that there is the nuclear side on this that is a little different from what they do. And so once we receive the report, we have both DOE draft report, both DOE and contract review of that report before it's finally issued. With that, I'll open it up to questions, comments.
Okay, we'll move to questions. Is there anyone from oncology that would like to share a perspective?
Oh, excuse me.
No, you're good. I don't have a lot to add. Thank you for the presentation. I think it's an important resource to have, and hopefully, we don't have to have a lot of actual emergency response we have to respond to. Thanks for the presentation. Good information.
So thankfully, I will add to that one piece. Thankfully, we don't have many structural fires, wildfires, yes. But most of our response are ambulance runs, right? Not only on site, but we also provide services to the highway going through the site, as well as, and I forget the terminology, but the critical care transfer of patients from Grant County down. So we will meet at Bonita Bridge Rest Area with our ambulance, transfer a patient and transport them down to Cadillac or to Pasco, I think Pasco Hospital as needed. And so those are our areas of where we're doing most of our services. But we can't forget the fire response is extremely important, both the protection of life, the protection of equipment, and the protection of the public from a structural fire.
We have Mia online with a question.
Okay.
Hey, Brian, thank you so much for your presentation. Josh, I'm wondering if you could bring up the slide with the map of the different fire stations. It's had like all four of them, like station 91, 92, and then the new station that's proposed.
Yep.
I'm just trying to understand like how, so that you said 200 East Fire Station, that's going to be built. And then the process of taking fire stations offline, and then maintaining or building. So station 92, which is in the 200 West area, is that going to stay as is? And those are the two that will continue, the 200 West and 200 East?
No. So you'll have the second station that is built in 200 West that replaces station 92 and 91. Those two get combined into a future station.
Okay. And how, so for when the 200 East Fire Station is built, what's the process of taking the other stations offline?
The station 94 that you see at FFTF is only used for storage, and we also move the crew there while we do the upgrades to station 93 for habitability, but there are not normally crews stationed there. Station 93, which is the station North Richland, would be closed timing wise when the new station is available, and as the work at 324 is completed. So that's the two drivers.
Okay, and then for the new 200 West station, when will that process start to get it up in the design and everything?
Slide 9. as the schedule.
But so this is for 200 east, but you
Oh, I'm
said
sorry.
200 west?
I'm sorry, I don't have a date off the top of my head, it's out there a ways. So I don't have a date for you off the top of my head.
Okay,
It's not showing on my planning stuff for the next 8 years. So it's out more than 8 years from today, but I just, that's the plan. Sorry.
okay, and then, so once 200 east is built, will there be a moment between the waiting for 200 west to be built that 200 east is the only fire station in operation on site?
No. So station 92 will remain operational until the 200 west station is built. When 200 west is built, station 93 and station 91 close and move into 200 west.
Okay,
So
thank you so much.
Station 91, station 92 remain operational along with the new 200 east area station. Station 93 at the bottom of the page, which is North Richland, closes. That's the one that's banned today. And station 94 is not manned today, which is the next one up at FFTF. It's not manned today, so it's theoretically closed today.
Okay, that's super helpful. Thank you.
Also a question for Brian. Richard?
You know, saying that stations are old is make me feel a lot older since I've watched 94 get built. So assuming I can understand 93 being delayed, is the intent to keep 94 available for future aspects? I mean, realistically, the site is very large, and I would say that it's a great storage location, but I know when they put in the tower for hose drying and things of that nature, are you replacing that at the new station in 2 East, or?
I don't know the answer on that, what they'll do. I mean, it's obviously going to have to be, a consideration, but I just don't know. I don't remember seeing anything about, I know that the station 94 does have the hose drying. I don't know what the 200 west station
Might have.
sure, yeah. That's okay.
No, and I understand the overall approach here. Yeah, have you figured out the location for the 2 West?
Not at this time.
Okay. That's my only question.
Thank you.
I have a question, about the building. During the design, the engineers and architects worked on this. Is there a specific life expectancy of the building? And was that designed into the,
It was, but I don't have a number for you.
I hope it's 2080.
I hope so too. Or, yeah, I hope it, I mean, the expectation is that it would last through the cleanup mission.
I would hope so, but it'd be so good to see that in writing.
Yep, understand.
So Brian, we're assuming that the 324 building is gonna be down by 2028?
Or that we will have some way of stationing crews to cover this.
Yeah.
So,
You said that, you did some updates to that facility.
yeah,
If the mission 324 goes past the presumed 2028, will you have to do more upgrades to that fire station at that point?
I don't know the answer. I mean, we have an upgrade this year, that I have ability to upgrade. I just don't remember what been working on this year. I think this year is electrical. I think last year we did HVAC and some of the plumbing issues. I don't remember, but they're supposed to this summer do that next phase upgrade.
The part of my question is based on some advice that we had issued back in 2019, having to do with the 300 area fire station. And the way that they have to get out of there used to be a road that they could take in order to get out onto the main road. And I'm sure you're aware, but PNL is building some more buildings over by that fire station. At the time, those weren't in place, and the concern was about them having to go through there with lights and sirens and pedestrians, walking through there. And we had suggested that they revitalize that little stub road that, was in place beforehand, before they told them they couldn't use it any longer. So I'm wondering what the, outcome may be of that, since that we were told that the fire station was gonna go away, so it wasn't any big deal. And so now it sounds like it's gonna be there for some time, and there's more buildings and more pedestrians going to be walking through there, so.
Okay, we'll look at it. I don't know the answer.
Do back to you, right?
Well, we're taking notes, right? So you've got a question before you get back on.
Okay.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions? Those by phone line can join by raising your hand. Nothing in the chat.
Okay.
Okay.
Where is my motor pool?
Yeah.
Depends on what you're talking about. We still have a little bit of work going on, I believe, in around FFTF in the buildings there. And then the repair shops and stuff are out there in the 200 area between east and west. So,
Well, definitely must be Monday, because everybody's really quiet. Thank you, Brian, for your
thank you all. I
presentation.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are well ahead of the agenda. So our next task is to take a look at the draft fiscal year 2025 work plan. And make sure it includes everything this committee is interested in looking at next year. Bringing that up, does anyone have any thoughts to share?
Does everyone have a copy of it?
There are copies on the table if you have, and grab one already. And the LIDS specific items are on page 7.
We need to include more infrastructure.
We have infrastructure update listed for you, Rob.
Yes.
And then we've already sent a message off asking about the cross-site transfer lines to see if that's something that can be supported this next fiscal year.
Oh, good. I think the one thing on that infrastructure upgrades that we're talking about piping in that. I think ecology, the one thing that we ran into in building the WTP is that you have the codes and the design codes, as we be 31.3, was what we built the piping to. But when you, and the center contractors, you build the piping, et cetera. But when they go through the safety or they go through certain design reviews, we get all kinds of input from, or when I was working there, we would get input from ecology to have, and which amounted to a lot of changes. In particular, was the installation of a guided wave detection system for leaking pipe. And that was never in the original design, and never considered. Technology wasn't there. So, I think it would be a very, good for people to understand is what are the requirements? So much of the WTP delays now is because the requirements were shifting with time. And more people got on board in college, more people become part, et cetera. And lots of talent, lots of good suggestions, but it was all this second thinking that led to lots of delays, people questioning the issues on technical issues was questioned so many times. So, I think that if the contractors knew what the rules were, the state was gonna have, it would have gone a long way towards the completion of the facility.
Yes, so Rob, I'm hearing an interest, I know on Lindsay's side, she's gonna take back the cross-site lines kind of topic, I can take that back on my side too. It sounds like what I'm hearing is an interest in, like, the permitting and requirements for the lines, is that right?
That's, yes.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that back. I also want to share earlier, you were sharing some concern about the activation of cross-site transfer lines, part of the holistic agreement. I know there's 2 interim milestones that are part of that. I'm just gonna hazard a guess here and say that we're not just gonna require them just to boot it up. There's gonna be kind of, inspections and things to get that booted up. I can't speak much more in detail, because I'm not a technical expert, but I'm gonna hazard a guess and say there's a lot more to those milestones than just starting up the lines. But I'm happy to take that topic back and see if we can support, talking to you guys about the permitting, requirements, that kind of stuff.
And I just would think that the more we think about it ahead of time, the better off we're gonna be and as thank you.
Thank you for the,
Any other thoughts to share?
Well, I guess my thought was under informational briefing, if we're gonna have an IDF, it's been a while since we've had a discussion of what's going on at ERDA. And so I'm thinking an update on ERDA. I know they were going up. But, ERDA has multiple spells, I guess is what they're calling them. And I know they were delaying only the next cell. But overall, a discussion of ERDA would be probably appropriate for next year as demolition keeps continuing.
Yeah, and there were a number of issues about ERDA and compaction, filling the void spaces, the licensure reports. Lots of good information there.
So I mean, when we talk about integrated disposal facilities, I think is probably appropriate to have the same.
I will take that one back. Ask the question.
And then when we do infrastructure updates, I would like to see something on the water system distribution, which is what.
They're just here as a briefing on that.
No, the new water processing plant, but not the distribution to east, the piping.
That would be, I remember being part of it, but that's.
No. Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Well,
green piping and the push.
Maybe you were absent that day.
well,
Okay.
okay.
Well, we could ask, yeah.
Matt, what would you like to see?
Well, with holistics coming out, and there was in the previous supplemental low activity waste grouting study done, highways today. I'm wondering when was the last time that we talked about or had a presentation on railroad and what potential rail lines may not to be there anymore, but they could be put back in the line. Should certain recommendations be made about whether to grout onsite or offsite, even if that's accepted. It might be a little premature, but after hearing Brian have his 8-year list of things to do, we might consider getting on that 8-year list sooner rather than later.
Everybody's back.
Any other thoughts? Do our committee leaders feel like they have everything they need for Wednesday?
I'll make a comment that, looking at the schedule, I quite, quite impressed that we would have, what's being proposed is, basically, we would have two LIDS meetings before, especially over the summer. We would have a LIDS meeting in June and in August in preparation for advice in September. And then similarly, that way we can propose, work on advice and get it finalized coming up. So I was quite happy with that.
So say that again, June and.
In August. And then we go up.
Oh, so that's all in January.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
one in January and then one in March,
In March, okay,
going to the
right.
April meeting. So if we,
One thing I don't see on here and I think we did not, I believe it was on this year's work plan, but we never did get an update or a presentation on it, and that is the Brilliant program. We've not had an update on it for quite some time. I believe that some of the Brilliant program, there's been some changes made. As far as their regulations and on the Hampton site. So, possibly sometime, next year. Okay, so we could add that to our next year's, work plan.
Sounds good.
Couple comments online. Dan?
Yes, thank you. On the IDF, I'm still got a concern about the loading order for the IDF, where there'll be commingling of the solid secondary waste and the glass. I haven't really gotten any clarity on the planning for that. And if there's going to be a desire to avoid that, it'd be nice to have a presentation on DOE's thoughts on how they're going to organize that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I noticed that on last year's work plan under the committee of the whole, we had the comprehensive land use plan and long-term stewardship as a topic. And it's not on this year's work plan. And so I'm wondering to either add it to the committee of the whole or to add it to the LIDS committee since it's part of this committee's scope.
Yeah, well, it should definitely be somewhere, I agree. The land use, comprehensive.
And yeah, I do believe that was an oversight by me, so I apologize. Yes, we can absolutely add that back on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mia.
can you repeat what the secondary waste issue was?
Yes, the concern is about commingling the grouted waste, which is grouted in cement that has lime in it, and as that degrades, is that going to cause a degradation of the glass if it's next to the glass? And so my concern is to not commingle the glass with the solid secondary waste in the IDF. And I'm just wondering if we can get a presentation on the loading order. I think is what they called it, the loading order of the IDF.
Okay, so
You realize the glass is in a container, stainless steel, sealed.
And we'll have
Yeah.
Carmen here this afternoon, Dan,
Yeah,
providing an idea briefing.
okay, great. Yeah, they're taking no credit for the container, as I recall, and I've been told a number of times, so I'm not quite sure where to go with that.
I'm not sure if you're going to be on the afternoon session with Carm. But good
Yes, I
question
am.
And her team.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Second again, feel like you're ready for work plan editing on Wednesday?
So I've written all of these down. My team will do the best we can to try to have answers by Wednesday. With that being said, often folks are out of the office, but I'm pretty sure we can provide the urgent briefing for sure. I don't see any issues with the beryllium update. The other ones I'm gonna have to track down.
And we can always, on Wednesday, talk about it again.
And
Let
again,
it back down.
yeah. And this is just, the first draft, and this will, even after the leadership workshop, it's going to go to the full board in September for review and approval, so. More time to add stuff.
So, every year they have a big drill. Possibly we get a report on how the drill turned out. Is it effective? Well, did it meet their expectations?
Emergency preparedness.
I'm not sure when, do we know when that is this year?
It was on May 16th.
It was
The
already,
Sunlight drill? Yeah, it was earlier, I think.
yeah, okay, that's what I thought. was-
Yeah.
Yeah, in the past, we participated in it, a couple of us, if there weren't too many of us, we were able to go to the emergency operations center and just kind of observe and, take some notes, and so it was interesting, and we came back to the committee. And
Would probably be nice to have a short report on that. Did it meet the expectations? I mean, I know that we have. That would be this year. Yeah, this year,
Yeah.
but anyway, what I'm just suggesting is that we do things for reasons. And let's find out if we were successful or what we need to improve on, et cetera.
The other one that we had, or at least I had brought up in the past, was when we had the active shooter situation.
Oh, yeah.
I asked for some information on that after they had their hot wash and, figured that all out. What were the lessons learned from that? And, cause I know when the Purex tunnel collapsed, there was a lot of lessons learned from that, the emergency response that happened. And I'm wondering if any of that got incorporated into this meeting.
I just caution us to bring up that, active shooter response type of discussion from a security standpoint might not be appropriate.
Well, I'm not wondering about the security, I'm wondering about how the response went. Like when they did when the Purex tunnel collapsed, we were all gonna take cover for hours.
Right.
And there were a whole lot of scenarios that played out with that during their hot wash, that was like room for improvement, things that were supposed to change in the future if there was another real emergency. And so I'm just curious, like, how did that all play out? Did take cover, or there were there secondary scenarios, that took place, and how are they handled?
I'm still a little concerned about the need for us to know that from the need for bad guys to know that. That's where I'm getting at.
I'm talking about take cover though. I'm talking about the employees. I'm not talking about the security.
So I'll take the request back, see what they tell me, and then we'll go from there. Does that work? Okay.
Let's see if drill was a fun one. It was
I don't
6
wanna
hours.
know what type of guns they were using.
Well, no.
I wanna know how they handled the take cover and how they handled the employees on site.
And also on the tunnel, the press reports. Because a lot of it was a much bigger deal played in the press than it actually turned out to be.
So there's interest in possibly two things there, some form of something with the active shooter thing. I was like, 2 or so years ago, I think, right? And then the most recent EOC drill, that happened this May, a couple weeks ago. Okay, I just want to make sure I was tracking that. Right.
Yeah, because, you know, when they do their hot wash, there's always like, where areas, you know, that need improvement, where do they get good, what have they learned, you know, from the past, you know, that kind of.
Yeah.
That's really all.
Probably keep track. Are we talking for next meeting or are we still thinking things for next year?
Yeah, just for the work plan.
Work plan.
In particular, we have emergency response on there.
Okay.
But those are just some like sub topics that go with. Just some, you know, subtopics like to think about.
And these are super helpful for me as we take these back and start building briefings for upcoming meetings.
Yeah.
Good conversation.
So, if we have,
Anybody else? Is there anything?
Probably drop in tomorrow morning or something. Think you're in the middle of a meeting. You're gonna be here tomorrow, right?
we will.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, folks. Okay.
So we got everything we need to for work plan discussion on Wednesday. We did have some space for other topics if needed. I imagine that might have been the path forward on traffic safety advice, which Richard was assigned a task. Is there anything else we need to cover before we start thinking about the next LIDS meeting in August? What are for topics for the next LIDS meeting in August?
So I have a question. What kind of issues would we discuss related to land use?
I think there was a lot of interest on the comprehensive land use plan and what that looks like.
Could that include leasing to private industry and that sort of thing?
So that's something different.
I think that's what I,
Yes, and so the comprehensive land use plan would come from, it would be a briefing from the Hanford Tribal Office. So that is something that was on the work plan for FY 24 as a potential committee of the whole. We haven't had the space for it, so we are looking at bringing that in FY 25.
That the idea and RUDA will represent instances of land use and that we're using Hanford lands for landfills.
yeah.
Meeting. First. So our next meeting is, let's take a look. August
6th.
Like August 6th. I know the group had discussed a potential HWEC tour. Is that something that the group would want to potentially do in August? To be supported? Yeah, okay. We'll look at that.
Also, there was. The WTP.
Yeah.
The future. For the traffic safety
Yeah,
portion.
so another portion of the traffic safety as well as potential advice discussion. Okay.
So if that's gonna be a joint session with Twist, we might need to do some rearranging of committee meetings down on separate days.
So I do need to check to see what we have as far as folks' availability to support, just because it's summertime and people tend to take vacation before they return to school. So once that is confirmed, then we can kind of go from there. Now, I do have a few follow-up questions I need to follow up on. The first one was the square footage of the new fire station. And the life expectancy of the building.
Their priorities, too, it'd be nice to know from our perspective.
So anything else that you're wanting to take a look at for August?
So,
Yeah, I think it would be, once we get that briefing also, it'll also, if we do have extra time, it'd be a good time. If, we do have advice, just like as a working, whoever's working on that advice, it'd be a good time for us to just have a word down and kind of, have a working session, kind of have that potentially ready for September.
Right.
Or,
Well, it's for the class.
right, but I'm saying if it's not finished, or if something comes out of that briefing, then we can use that extended time to order, if something needs to be added or taken away or whatever.
Sounds good. And then as a reminder, the September meeting will be held in Spokane at the Davenport Centennial.
Centennial.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All of it.
Centennial.
That'd be lovely.
And that is,
What were the dates for the 10th and the 11th? And that's for the next full ad meeting.
So, in October, we have a October 10th, maybe October 9th. It says TBD for this committee. Can I make a suggestion that along with our new member orientation, that we do another round of camera for the new people, especially.
So what, hammer?
Well, what hammer is, what it does for the site.
Oh, you
how
want to bring in
important it
hammer?
is,
Okay.
How important it is, possibly a tour, get people on the bus if we want it. But, I think that every time I've been on that hammer tour, all the new people are just amazed, yes, they're serious about safety, they're serious about training. And
Take that request back.
I think sometimes we cast ourselves as being less than professional. And we are professional. The site is professional. A lot of respect for it.
The Davenport grant.
No, the Centennial.
is that a new one?
I think so.
Davenport Grand, but I've never heard of Centennial.
It's north of that part where they have the concerts for the.
It's still downtown though, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
The convention center is right there. So there's a Davenport Grand. And then that convention center is right across the street.
it's on the north side of the river, just north of it.
Cool. Never been there.
We'll miss it.
Anything else to cover before we start for an early lunch?
Rebecca and Richard, I'll follow up with you as soon as we have items confirmed for August.
Okay.
Back at 1 o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
You're too efficient, you guys.
Oh, efficient, great job. Well, we officially opened this morning,
Okay,
but
so,
that's gonna turn it over to you.
all right, so I guess the meeting continues, but now it's got a new name. So welcome to the cleanup and risk mitigation meeting. We have the first brief, which is sort of a joint session with LIDS, who I guess they might be making their way back in. See what the agenda says. We're going to start off with a presentation on the integrated disposal facility, which is where the vitrified low activity waste is going now that it has a waste and sustainable reprocessing determination. And we're going to hear from CaRM Rodriguez from Beauty.
All right.
Okay.
Take another round of introductions with some level.
Thanks, sir. Okay.
So do we have time to write the introductions before the talk starts? Or I want to be respectful of time because it says that it starts at 1. Lindsay?
I think so. We're good.
All right, I'll start because I'm talking. My name is Tom Cecilia. I represent the Oregon Department of Energy and I'm the chair of the committee. And we'll do this one.
I'm Dan McDonald with Ecology.
Hey, my name is Nal Boshikan and I'm with the Ecology as a permit coordinator.
Chris Sutton, Public at Large.
Larry Brand, public at large.
Ryan Miller with Ecology.
Josh Patton with facilitation.
Shannon Flores, facilitation.
Charles Presley with Legal Voters.
I'm Gary Biles with the Project and Facilities Division.
Kelly Hebert, same group over at DOE.
Carmen Rodriguez, same group with Louis.
Dan Strong, Benton Franklin Health District. Rob Davis, representing the City of Pasco.
Lindsay Summers, DOE.
Public. Ellen Cadman.
Laura Pelfield, Athena. Mary Ann Waneke, Asian Hands, and I'm gonna get asked because some of you weren't here this morning, just please feel free to speak up so we can hear you, because some of you have faced in different ways, so. Be loud, we're okay with that.
Be loud and try to face the owls in the middle of the room so the folks online can hear you as well.
And going down the list of those online folks, Alicia.
Hi, I'm Alicia Boyd. I'm with Washington Department of Ecology.
Dan Solitz, member of the public.
Well, I'll go Catherine Glick, hydrogeologist, Ecology Nuclear Waste Program.
Thank you. Matt?
I'm Matt Hendrickson, also with the Oregon Department of Energy.
Morgan?
Morgan Johnson, Department of Ecology.
Dave? Liz? Mia?
Hi, everyone. Mia Burke, Hanford Challenge.
Megan?
Megan Perkins, Department of Health.
Tom? And Susan?
Susan Colvin, public at large.
Thank you, everyone. I will bring back up presentation. We'll be ready.
So like I mentioned, I'm Carmen Rodriguez with a project engineer in the Project and Facility Division at Regional Operations Office. Next slide, please. I will be giving an update on the integrated disposal facility, known commonly as IDF. Also, I will be covering the current status of the facility and our preparation support EFLA operations. Next slide, please. So I don't know if you can see on the map, but so IDF is strategically situated at the Hanford site, so really close to WTP and the underground tanks. These help us to minimize the distance that waste has to travel from WTP to IDF. Next slide, please. IDF primary mission is to safely dispose of low-level and mixed low-level waste, which is critical for the DFLA program and for the Hanford waste management. So here we have a kind of like short overview of IDF. So IDF is a required permit landfill disposal that has 2 double line disposal cells in a leachate management system. The construction took place from 2004 to 2006 with a cost of $25 million. In 2006, we received a permit to, for us to allow us to dispose of vitrified low level waste, at, RDF. Between 2018 and 2023, there were many, constructions and, structures and, upgrades made to IDF to support, operations. And I will describe this later on the next slides. For instance, so we completed all the facility upgrades. We are working, in miscellaneous projects, like lighting, paving, and the HVAC system for some of the buildings. All the equipment that we require were delivered to the site. Some of the equipment, like you see there, are excavators and grader rollers. And I have pictures later on. We are performing several mock-up activities to make sure that our processes are good, efficient, and safe. We're continuing with procedure development. We completed so far 14 out of 15 procedures drafted at this point. And also the Department of Transportation completed the inspection of our trailers that will transport the waste canisters. Next slide, please. So here I'm showing some pictures. I just wanna let you know that the date on the pictures are not the actual date of the activity. The date that I'm showing, there is a date that the pictures were taken, so you wanna let you know that. So here I'm showing the picture of the tank dam. As you see in the above picture, the crane was settled in the top of the tank. And we have an aerial view on the left corner, and we have a complete tank dam picture on the right. Next slide, please. So here we have two of our main buildings that will be using to inspect our equipment. One, the 219 P building will be used to inspect the pellets, and I will show you a picture of the pellets in the next slide. 219 TR will be used to inspect the transport. And then we have some of the pictures below there of some of the equipment that we acquire and that are currently at the site. Next slide, please. Also, we have here a picture of the treatment and the storage pad. So you see in the top picture, we have the treatment pad, and the bottom left, we have the storage pad. In the bottom right, we have what we call the pellet. That pellet will hold the canister or the container filled with glass that will transport the glass from W2P to the disposal area. Next picture, please. So as I mentioned before, we are performing several mock-up activities. So here you see pictures, we're testing our equipment, testing our transporter, and at the same time, making sure that the buildings are equipped to inspect the transporter. Like the picture you see on the bottom right, that will be 219 TR building, and on the left, bottom left, we have one of the equipment testing the canister that will contain the glass, the waste glass. Next picture. So here we have a pathway. I'm trying to kind of show the pathway of the waste that from the time that is from the PCB to the cells. So the canister will be put into the pellet at what I understand is the export bay area of the lab facility. Then it will be transported to IDF. And at IDF, it will be the full pallet. The pallet with the canister will be offloaded onto the storage pad to cool down. After cooling down, I think it will be there around, what I understand it will be there around 54 hours. After cooling down, it will be transported, the full pallet, it will be transported to the cell. At the cell, they will remove the canister from the pellet and set the canister into the cell, but the pellet, will be, they will bring the pellet back into the building to be inspected and transported to be inspected too. And after this empty pellets and the transported are inspected, they will load the pellets onto the transporter again and restart the whole process again. Next slide, please. So we are working actively on minor tasks to support IDF operations. IDF is preparing for readiness to support the AFLA. And you have an aerial picture of IDF. Showing the leachate system, the cells, and the buildings. That's everything that I have for you today. Thank you.
Would college like to offer any perspectives?
Yes, so I'll let Dan speak to the IDIF presentation in a second, but I thought today was timely to share, since we're talking about IDIF, that we have a comment period involving IDIF that also started today. So just for some background, we had a comment period ended in September 2022, and then Ecology issued a final permit modification in May of 2023 that essentially it was a permit modification that included the addition of 3 dangerous waste management units at IDIF, which was the operation of an additional disposal cell, a storage pad, and treatment pad. And then in June of 2023, Energy and its contractor filed an appeal. And then in October of 2023, the appeal is essentially the agencies agreed to stipulate to narrowing of the scope. So essentially that means is that we agreed to let the rest of the permit kind of continue except for the part that's being appealed. Did I say that right?
The stipulation was made just to be specific to allowing the construction of I believe the treatment pad. So the field can still proceed with operational readiness.
Okay, so then in March of this year, we reached a settlement agreement with Energy on their appeal of that part of the permit modification. So what's going up for comment today is essentially the result of the settlement agreement that we reached with Energy. Which if you go on our website, it's ecology.wa.gov, you go to our public comment period, it's down there, but there's 2 just parts of the settlement agreement. One's the presence of a shower at IDF, which during specific active life phases of the facility, and then the second part's just the permit modification to effectuate the terms of the settlement agreement. So that comment period is running today through
July 19th.
Yep, July 19th. Thank you. And that's all. I just want to share the information about that comment period. I've been now raising specific questions on it, but Dan, did you have any specific perspective on the actual presentation?
Yeah, first, Gary, hi. Been a long time. Yeah. Gary and I have been doing this, I don't know, eons, I think. Been years. Yeah. Been a long time. Thank you for the presentation. It's good to know where IDF is going. IDF is critical to the life cycle process flow of DFLAW. There's only so many spots inside the law facility. And if we're running at 100% capacity, those slots are going to fill up pretty quick. So it's going to be absolutely critical for IDF to be working when DFLAW is working and for everything to be working well so that that flow keeps low activity waste facility from being bottled up. There's only about 22 spaces inside that facility, give or take. And those will fill up very quickly if we're running at 100% capacity. So we're going to be looking to IDF to keep us out of trouble. Thank you.
Okay. That's what we have.
Very much. So periodic questions we like to ask. Are there any milestones associated with the work that was presented today?
Dan and I closed out a milestone last year sometime. I'm trying, again, I don't remember the wording off the top of my head, but the work was complete.
And then we've heard a lot about sort of backfill needs at ERDIF. What does the backfill at IDF look like? Is that clean or is that contaminated from other waste sites? I know it's not a circular landfill. Where are we getting the dirt to put around the canisters after they've been put in place?
It's clean, So all the soil they excavated
isn't a pile mix idea. That's the soil they'll use to fill in as they need it. Okay.
So they're just starting, I think recently mock-ups where they place canisters and they look at how they're gonna do that backfill of them. As we get a layer, I mean, it'll take a while. We have to get a layer of
Yeah.
canisters before we do that.
But that could take some time to, and we're looking for, throughput. It's good that you're starting that now. Not waiting until you have canisters in place.
How many layers of canisters are anticipated to go in each cell?
Two. I'm not sure, I think the amount of, they would take some time to fill the first layer. And so, what I understand it will be 2 layers, but it will take. No, it's two layers.
2 layers?
We have a visual, but it's not in this presentation. That's something to note maybe next time.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll get more information.
What's the total capacity of canisters?
I don't have that number.
So I think the total, if you expanded it out to its full capacity, it was about 900,000 cubic meters. Is what they dispose of it.
It's permitted to expand twice, right? To 2 more cells?
Right, yeah, got the cells that currently are, and then you had to expand it out to twice, expand it out twice, so.
So we have all this on our fact sheet, and so that should be readily available, Lindsay.
Okay,
Talks about capacity and what we plan on putting in there.
sounds good. I'll get that and have that distributed to the CaRM committee.
And Josh, can you put or Ryan or Josh, why don't you put the link to the comment period in the chat as well?
Yes.
Awesome.
Are there any other questions on the integrated disposal facility?
One more.
And Chris, then Robbie, and then Matt, and Dan.
On slide 4, it says that other Hanford generated waste as appropriate, can also be stored in the IDF. What other kinds of Hanford generated waste as appropriate, was this referring to?
There's really any mixed or RCRA regulated waste that's generated on site would be able to go into the IDF because it's a RCRA regulated landfill. And so.
So it's just a generic, what if, not targeting something specific.
Yeah, right. I think some of the items, like some of the waste at CWC that's being managed and stored as a mixed waste, those could potentially go to IDF if that's a decision.
There's a secondary waste plan that was provided to Ecology. I don't know, was it a year ago, Dan? Do you remember that one?
About like that.
Yeah, and that lays out some of the potential waste streams, that could be coming either from tank farms or from mostly WTP operations. So like the bubblers, when we pull those out of the melters, we're looking at disposing of those at IDF. To give you an example.
I would offer an emphasis on the word potential. A lot of the stuff is yet to be discovered, if you will. So we're not real sure at this particular point what the whole inventory would be or the configuration of that inventory. Thank you.
Well, what are those domed buildings for?
Which,
The 2 domes that I see here? What are they for?
the leachate system. And so, let's see if we can explain. I'll let you explain it better than that.
So it's a leachate collection system. So as it rains, right, it goes into the landfill, and then it'll drain through the system, and all that waste is collected. That's the leachate that's collected, and it goes into those tanks. And then that waste, once we start putting waste in there, that has to be managed as a waste, and so it'll go to ETF to be treated, right?
And so then it's actual liquid tank.
Yep, it's clean, like I say, clean the rainwater. It's typically gonna be clean, but like I said, because once you start putting waste in there, you have to assume that it's contaminated, and so that's why we manage it as a waste.
And that's a benefit of having a landfill that's been open and empty since 2006, is they have a really good handle on how much leachate they're gonna have, because it's been raining on that thing and they've been collecting leachate since then, so.
So then that brings to point another one. So you have geotextiles okay, that are lining the trench essentially. And a very carefully compacted system. But you also got an age on it. Okay, what is your expected life? 30, 40 years? For the geotextile? I know they're not any longer than 50. So, my question would be is the time that we're from 2006 when they got put in till now that's taking off their final life because they're being used. So now we have a shortened life of this facility. Had we considered this in the design?
Yeah, so I would say, I don't know what the design life is. I'd have to probably get back to you on that. I know, these are pretty common standard liners that they've used, for RCRA facilities, right? And so, I can tell you when we do our analysis, our long-term evaluation, we assume that once it's closed, we do runs where we assume that the liner's gone. And we do runs where they've lasted, a little bit longer, right? So, yeah, I think the biggest, my understanding is the flame liner going to be last the longest. That's not going to wear out as quickly as some of those other engineered layers would, but.
Right. So it has to last until we fill it.
Mm-hmm. Cover.
Matt.
I was interested in the part where you had the DOT come in and inspect your new transportation units. Looking at that, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have your 3 transportation containers put on 1 trailer. I'm assuming that those are integrated, welded on, quite solid that way. How many of those entire transportation units are you going to have on site to do this work?
Trucks, do they have or trailers? One.
Yeah, trailers with the storage unit on them.
I think they purchased 3, and I thought I heard they were purchasing a couple additional ones, but I don't recall, of trailers. And then I think they ordered some 40 some odd pallets. But I don't know if they've made changes or added more to that or not. It's been.
Well, we're not operating yet, so we haven't, I mean, we'll need to have a certain number, obviously, so that we can perform maintenance on the trailers and keep them in service. So, again, we don't want those trailers, we don't want to purchase those trailers too far ahead of time. And we have what we need to, start operations at WTP and IDF. We also, they designed a single pallet trailer, so when we go to put the canisters inside of the IDF cell, we have a truck can transport that single pallet trailer. So we'll do one at a time. Versus when we're transporting from WTP to IDF, that's that 3 pallet trailer that you saw. So we have those 2 different designs for the trailers.
So as a follow-up to that question, so the cold commissioning glass is going to be disposed in Oregon. What type, are we using the same trailer to transport that to Oregon? So just when people call me and say, what is this on the road, I can have a better answer. Is it the same DOT?
That's what I understand. They were planning on using the same trailer and pallets to ship down, ship the full commission waste offsite.
Dan Solis.
Yes, I'm curious about the loading order for the solid secondary waste and the glass. Are you going to commingle those or set them aside? I remember performance analysis, it did make a difference, not a big difference in whether or not you commingled or separated them and how they were stacked. I just wondered what the current plans are now.
Yeah, the current plan is to keep them separate. So the law containers will be segregated from the grouted waste cans. They'll all go in the same bin. It will not be in the same area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And Mia.
Hey, can you talk about what grouted waste will be going into IDF?
Yeah, so most of the grounded waste going into IDF is all the secondary, we call secondary solid waste. It's generated as part of that treatment process. So PPE, pumps that fail, I think so, there's bubblers, things like that, that are equipment that was used at the law facility.
And can you also talk about the tasks that still need to be done before IDF can become operational? Go more into detail on what needs to be done and if there's any comment periods associated with those.
So the only comment period is the IDF permit that Ecology was just mentioning, opened up, so that's the permit that we're finalizing. As far as other activities, we're timing the start of operations with the DF law schedule. So the contractor had come to DOE and basically said, hey, we're gonna time this so that we're not hiring a whole bunch of people and having them sit around while we wait for the WTP plant to be operational. And so the two primary activities left is additional hiring and then also finalizing the procedure. So Carmen had touched on, they have all the draft procedures. I think they're missing one. So we have plenty of time between now and commissioning to complete that. So also what they're doing is they have a single subcontract. The prime contractor has one subcontractor that will be operating both HRDF and IDF, so that they are using folks that already work over at HRDF to also train and be qualified on IDF. So it's, we'll have that interchangeability there.
So in terms of the facility itself, there's nothing construction wise or that needs to be done before it can be operational. It's operational today.
It's not technically operating because we don't have the permit's not finalized yet. So, as far as construction activities, we have that one slide in the presentation. It's miscellaneous items. It's nothing preventing the facility from operating. It's like air conditioning units for, personal comfort. Paving, that's something we just approved this last year. That's a nice to have for people's, personal vehicles, et cetera, out there. But nothing preventing it from being operational.
Okay, and I'm wondering so this current comment period, is this the last comment period we will see for IDF?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh,
What is this facility? Hazcat free or less than hazcat free facility? And what are you doing for readiness for operation?
Less than HAZCAT 3.
Less than HAZCAT 3.
The contractor does a management assessment.
What happens if one of those things tip over?
One of the canisters tip
Yeah,
over.
what if, something happened and the worst of worst, do we have?
We have programs in place at Hanford that, develops work packages on how we're gonna perform this work. So all that stuff's considered. But it's a stout container. It's 4 feet by 7 feet tall. It doesn't just tip over.
And the operating permit includes the closure plan?
Malcolm, you know that answer?
I'm sorry.
Can you say that again?
Does the operating permit include the closure plan for post-closure monitoring? Okay.
Thank you.
yeah, do you have another question?
I do, yeah. So I'm wondering if an operational readiness review needs to happen for IDF, if it already happened, if it's not needed, and what the details are on that.
That's the question Bob had asked. The contractor will perform a management assessment. They do not have to, for this facility, it's a less than HAZCAT 3. They are not required to get DOE authorization to operate.
Without going too far in the weeds, can you define a HAZCAP?
Yeah, so it's for it, well, it's basically for if it's a nuclear facility, they decide whether it's a Cat 2, 3, or 4, depending on how much material is at risk, or materials is at risk. And so this is not considered a nuclear facility. So it's less than that has Cat 3. It's a radiological facility. Yeah.
Thank you.
And they can manage that material at risk by, as they put things into the disposal facility, they can cover with dirt, and no longer, that material no longer is considered as part of that risk, right? So that's how they'll maintain it as less than
A lower number is more risk than HAZCAP, or is a higher number more risk?
the higher, the highest Cat 1 is the highest.
Okay.
High risk, yeah.
Are there any other questions?
How would you envision, long-term stewardship of this facility?
Long-term stewardship is after closure.
Right. I mean, what would you view the needs for long-term stewardship for this facility?
Yeah, I don't, so there'll probably be some, like I say, this all hasn't been defined yet, as they get closer to closing. A lot of that will also determine on some of the closure, other closure activities around the site, and how much institutional control period is identified, right? And so during that institutional control period, there'll be some monitoring and that will have to take place, whether it's groundwater monitoring, air monitoring, and I don't know how long.
And maintenance and things of that sort of thing. Okay.
Yeah, there's a period of time where they'll maintain that leachate tank, the leachate collection system. And they'll still continue to take samples, but again, I'm not sure what the duration is, and I think that all is considered as a closer to closure.
I can give some context. We have a former uranium mill tailings pile in Oregon that got closed and is now managed by LM. And once a year, we go out and inspect it, and they do a drone LiDAR survey every 5 years or so to make sure nothing is settling undue. So I anticipate just about any landfill has a similar program where you inspect the line at the cap and check the groundwater wells around it.
Yeah.
Hello again. I'm wondering, so what process happens if there are new plans to add additional waste that wasn't part of what the original estimated inventory was considered for IDF?
Yeah, so in order to get a license, basically a license to be able to dispose of radioactive waste, the facility has to do what we call a performance assessment. It's basically a long-term evaluation of your disposal facility, and it considers the volume of waste and the type of waste that's going in there when you do your analysis. And so then you set up a waste acceptance criteria that's based on that inventory that's been analyzed. If there's a change in that assumption and there's a new waste stream that's been identified, we would have to basically now rerun those models, those long-term evaluations with that new inventory to determine whether or not we are still compliant with the requirements. And if it's determined that it is compliant, then we can dispose of that waste.
Would you have to then update the waste acceptance criteria, do another performance assessment, or how does that work? And would it go out for public comment?
Yeah, so typically, these typically don't go to public comment because this is part of the DOE process that we do. What we do is we don't necessarily want to do another PA, but we would run those models with the new information, and we call it a special analysis. And then that special analysis then becomes kind of part of the overall PA activity that we do.
Does the special analysis need ecology sign off?
No, because we're only looking at the radiological part of it. So if it's a new waste stream that has a new hazardous constituent in it that's not in the permit, then obviously we would have to get ecology involved. We'd have to do a permit mod before we can accept that. But from a radiological standpoint, that's done within DOE. Part of our
It's a new waste stream that's not currently permitted in the permit, and then if we are going to adding it, well,
before adding it, there is another. With a permit modification.
So if it's a hazardous waste that's not in the permit, there will be a public hearing. If it's a radiological waste that's not hazardous waste, that would not be in.
Right, that's correct. We are only, yeah, we have an authority to, yeah, regulate the space.
Earlier you mentioned grouted waste, and then you further explained that we, secondary waste like equipment, bottles, whatever, that would be grouted and filled with the idea. The holistic agreement talks about a grouting of tank waste. Would that be going into here, or that's going someplace else?
That has to go offsite.
Okay.
So right now, that's not covered in our performance assessment that we evaluated, so that waste does not cover our current runs, right? So right now, it's not planned to come to us. But again, if a decision is made in the future, that supplemental waste, that we would still have to run that analysis. And do that study to make sure it's still protected.
Yeah, like Tom said, the holistic agreement, the settlement agreement, well, the proposed change in the settlement agreement have offsite disposal stipulations for low activity waste from the tanks that would be grouted.
And I suspect that ecology would definitely want a permit on if there was going to be grounded tank waste going in that area. So that would be a public comment period.
Got a few minutes left. Are there any more questions for our guests?
Thank you for the presentation and the conversation. It was quite informative, and look forward to successful beginning of operations with IDEA once the commissioning starts. And don't forget to put in your comment for ecology's comment period on the permit.
Yes.
Does it make sense to take a 5-minute pause, or do we want to go straight through?
We already have Jerry here.
You have the presentation there.
All right, we're gonna take a 30-second pause as we hand out some presentations, and then we'll get started a little early on the idea. Or, sorry, lesson. The acronym city.
Unmuted for the question. That's this computer.
On the screen, it's like we're muted. All right, so that was on the phone. All right, so now moving into another topic of waste storage. We got Gary Piles talking about a WESIF, which is Waste Encapsulation and Storage Facility, talking about the Cesium Strontium Dry Storage Project. Well,
Yeah, thanks. So again, my name is Gary Piles. I'm the federal project director for the Cesium Strontium Dry Storage Project. They were often referred to as the W135 project. And just have to kind of give you a quick update on where we're at. So next slide. So I'm going to cheat a little bit. I've got a 5-minute video that I'm going to show, and it'll kind of walk you through these first 2 bullets, kind of talk to you about the mission, you know, what the ultimate goal is, why we're moving these capsules out of the pool cell and put them into a dry storage configuration. And then it'll also walk you through that process. It's got an animation kind of walks you through the process, so you can kind of see how it moves from pool cell, goes in, and then ultimately into a vertical concrete cask, and then out to the storage pad that we have. I think I've given an updated presentation before to the HAB, so some of you that may have been here before probably have seen this already. It'd be good we could update for those that haven't. It's like I said, it's a real good general overview of why we're doing this in the process. So, and then once we're done with that, then I'll give you kind of a status on where we're at in the project. Okay.
Well, long so to it loves.
The U.S. Department of Energy and contractor Central Plateau Cleanup Company are reducing the risk in the 200 East area of the Hanford site in Washington state. Engineers have developed a safe and compliant process to remove 1,936 highly radioactive cesium and strontium capsules from underwater storage inside the Waste Encapsulation and Storage Facility, or WESIF, to a safer dry storage configuration. In the 1970s, cesium and strontium were removed from waste tanks at Hanford to reduce the temperature of the waste inside of the tanks. The capsules represent about a third of the total radioactivity on the Hanford site. While they are currently in a safe configuration, WESF is an aging facility. Transferring them to dry storage would eliminate the possibility of a release of radioactive material in the unlikely event of a major earthquake that might result in the loss of pool storage water and subsequent overheating and breach of the capsules. Teams of well-trained personnel will accomplish this work safely and compliantly, benefiting from the lessons learned and proficiencies gained from training with the equipment at a full-scale, non-radiological mock-up. To begin the removal process, workers on a catwalk will use long-reach pole tools to access the capsules that are stored under 13 feet of water, which provides adequate radiation shielding for the workers. Workers will retrieve the capsule and move it to the transfer chute connecting to the hot cell, or G cell. From outside G cell, workers will use manipulator arms to bring the capsule near a shielded window to inspect the capsule for damage. They will also verify the capsule's identity to ensure the correct capsules are loaded in such a way to comply with the capsule storage thermal analysis. If operators find a damaged capsule, they will place it in a larger overpack capsule. Then, workers using the manipulator arms and a special insertion tool will place the capsule into a universal capsule sleeve, or UCS. The UCS can hold up to 6 capsules. Once the UCS is full, the air inside will be displaced with helium, which helps dissipate the heat from the capsules. Following a successful leak test, the UCS is ready for transfer to the truck port. Using cameras, workers will guide a grapple over the UCS, hoist it out of G-cell and into the Shielded Dry Transfer System, or DTS. The DTS is a large shielded cask that will transfer the UCS from G-cell into the WESF Canyon to the truck port, using a 15-ton crane. In the truck port is an 11-foot tall, 10-foot diameter cask shielded with reinforced concrete. In the cask is a storage container capable of holding up to 22 universal capsule sleeves. A robotic welder will seal the lid of the inner storage container. The air will be removed, and then the container will be filled with helium to aid in keeping the capsules cool. Once the helium is in place, a second outer lid will be placed on the storage container and welded in place. Once the loading process is complete, workers will open the truck port roll-up door and remove the cask. The equipment used to transport the cask has been repurposed from a previous DOE project, avoiding millions of dollars of cost. The vertical cask transporter, or VCT, a specially designed hydraulic lift unit, is used to lift the cask. The tug will tow the VCT and cask to the capsule storage area, a 90-foot by 90-foot secure outdoor storage pad located approximately 1/4 mile from WESF. The cask will be placed on the pad and will be connected to a temperature monitoring system. The cask will be placed in one of the 25 locations on the pad. Once the final capsule has been retrieved and the final cask has been placed onto the storage pad, WESF can be prepared for demolition. These cesium and strontium capsules will remain in a safe and passive condition until a permanent storage location is available.
Want to open up any questions about that first, or just go on into the project status? I guess we'll just do the project status. Okay, so that kind of again was just kind of general overview of why we're doing it and the process that we'll be using to move the capsules. So the W135 project was kind of split into multiple sub-projects, if you will. And so just to kind of give you a status of where we're at on those, we have the capsule storage area. So that was construction of the storage pad the road improvements and the utilities to that storage area, lightings, things like that. And so that work has been completed. The storage, capital storage area is ready to operate. We still have to go through our readiness activities, but for the most part, it's ready. Construction's complete, and it was completed back in actually, October of 2022. I think it is. So it's been a while since it's been complete, so that's good. We also had the mock-up at the material maintenance and storage facility, massive. They talked about that in the video, a full-scale mock-up that was built. The test transfer equipment was all been fabricated and it has been installed, and they've been doing testing on that equipment since last fall. So things are progressing there. So again, that's pretty much done. They're still have to do some maintenance demonstrations, but for the most part, the testing is done, and operational folks have been over there to start walking through the procedures and doing the training and things like that. We also had the waste encapsulation storage facility modification to support installation. So this is modifying the facility to be able to install the equipment. They added a new HVAC system, they added temperature monitoring system, cameras. They moved some of the piping and things like that away from the wall, so they had room to be able to move the vertical concrete cast and the truck board, just things like that. Again, that project is also complete as of September of 2023. That work is done, and they started installing the equipment. And then we have the cast storage system, and so that's the actual fabrication of the test equipment, production equipment, as well as the vertical concrete cast and all the components that go inside, like the transformable storage containers and the universal capsule sleeves. And so, again, everything has been fabricated. I think the only thing that they're still working on is there's still a handful of universal capsule sleeves that still need to be fabricated. But for the most part, that's done. The goal is to have that all complete by the end of this fiscal year, as well as everything installed and tested over at Westif. So then that really sets us up going into next year to do the operational readiness activity. So I think, as we mentioned, an idea, this is a HAZCAT, Westif is a HAZCAT 2 nuclear facility, and so is the CFA, the new HAZCAT 2 nuclear facility. And so we will have to do operational readiness activities for the CSA and a readiness assessment for Westif. And again, those plans be done in 2025. So by the end of 25, we will be ready to start operating, start transferring capital. Okay, next slide. So this is kind of a bunch of pictures of some of the installation work that is going on over at Westif. The first picture there on the left, that's the control panels over installed. And this is this is where they'll basically operate all the equipment that will be used to do the transfer. As I mentioned before, they've already started doing the acceptance testing on this and the G-cell equipment, so it's moving pretty well there. The picture on the right is the temperature monitoring system. Again, we installed a new HVAC system. We'll monitor the temperature inside G-cell, inside of the truck port, inside the can. 3 different areas we'll be operating. It's really just to make sure we maintain the temperatures at a comfortable level for the workers that are in the areas. Next slide. The picture on the left there is just 2 new manipulators that were installed over at Westif. Again, the manipulators are going to be the workhorse of the operations, right? Because they're the ones that are going to be loading all the capsules in the used capsule sleeve. And so we want to make sure those were working operational and were in good condition. And so we had placed 2 new ones in. And again, they're very similar to the ones that we'll be training over at Massive. So the operators will be very well trained before we start doing the work over at Westif. The picture on the right is it's a picture from looking in the G-cell window there. This is right in the middle there is the upender, we call it. So it's hard to kind of see, but on the upender in the horizontal position is universal capsule sleeve. That's the position it'll be in when it's loaded. Once it's loaded, it'll basically rotate into a vertical position where then the lid will be placed on, and then ultimately it'll be hoisted out of G-cell using the dry transfer system just above it. There's the equipment to the left of the arm that's dangling there. There's looks like a cylinder there. That's what we call the recovery shield assembly. So in the, in the event that something happens to the upender and we can't get it working, we can basically, that recovery shield assembly will rotate around and line up with that universal capsule sleeve. And then we can push that universal capsule sleeve into that shielded assembly. It'll close it, and it's basically provide enough shielding that then someone could get into the G cell and do whatever repairs are needed on the upender. Of course, the other option is we could also unload, get the capsules out, and then put the capsules back into the pool cell before getting as well. So we have two options if something was to occur and we needed to get in during operations. Right, next. So this is up in the canyon. The picture on the left, you see those big orange pieces of metal. That's actually the gantry. So that's what the automatic weld system will be attached to, and that will slide over the top of the vertical concrete cask, and then to do the welding, and of course for a way to allow for the loading. The picture on the bottom there, that is the shielded indexer assembly. So that's basically fits on top of the VCC. It's got a gate that the DTS will attach to, and then be able to be used to load the universal capsule sleeves into the vertical concrete cask and transportable storage container. And then the picture up top right, that's the G cell gate. So right below that is G cell. That's the gate again that the DTS would put up against to hoist the universal capsule sleeve out of G cell. Yeah, so yeah, things are progressing pretty well. Like I said, the last really things that need to be installed right now is that gantry. Once the gantry, then they do the automatic weld system, and then the dry transfer will be the last to be installed. Everything else is, the installation has been completed and they're starting to do the testing on it. And again, our goal is to have all the installation and testing done by the end of this system. The next is the capsule storage area. So these are older pictures. As I said, this was built a while ago. And so just the top right picture is just kind of an aerial view of it. Last year, we did receive all the vertical concrete casts. So there's 19 total. There's the one that's used at Massive, and then 18 that are stored currently at the capsule storage area. These are 18 that will be used for operations. When fully loaded, there'll be, what was the number? I think it's 12. 12 will be loaded with cesium capsules, and the other 6 will be the strontium. Okay, next. So this past year, we did receive several of the transportable storage containers. Again, those are the containers that go inside the VCC and will hold the universal capsule sleeve. We've received, I think, 11 to date. One, I'm trying to think, we received all but 7. There's all of them but 7 are here. The last 7 are planned to be shipped here next week. It's supposed to get here, so that'll close that up. The picture there in the top left, that's just a picture of the TSEs that are being stored. The picture there in the middle is the work that is the ongoing work. We're basically placing those transportable storage containers into the vertical concrete cap. And so that picture there in the middle is the TSC upender. So they basically put it on that in a horizontal position, and using the crane, they move it to a vertical position, and then using the same crane, they lower it into a cask. And that's the picture on the right, the lower cask. So as to date, they've gotten 7 of those done, completed. So continuing to make progress there. Okay, next. So this is some pictures that are full-scale mock-up. So the picture there on the left is basically just a capsule and the mock-up kind of inspection tray. The picture there in the middle. So I think in the video it talked about we could load up 6 capsules into one vertical concrete cask, right? So we do have 24 capsules that when we return them from, being leased out to commercial entities, we inspect them, and if it looked like at any time there was an integrity issue with the weld or with the capsules, we put them into these overpacks called W2 over capsules. And so we have 24 of those. And so those, of course, because of the size, only put 2 in each universal capsule sleeve. So And so these pictures were taken while they were doing some of the testing out at Massive on loading those type W capsules. And I think even in the video we talked about, as we retrieve them and we start inspecting them, if any of them are identified as being, any issues with the integrity, they'll also be loaded in the W2 before we put them. Okay, for the next slide on the left, that's the dry transfer system being tested over at the Massive. The bottom right. So when they're retrieving the universal capsule sleeves and pulling them into the DTS, obviously this is all done remotely, and it's hard to tell exactly how high or how the height or where the position is of the universal capsule sleeve inside the DTS. And so you can see some of those colored rings. Those are on that hoist system. So that way it's a visual aid for the operators to know exactly where that universal capsule sleeve is inside the dry transfer system. On the top, that's the shielded indexer assembly. Again, that goes on top of the VCC and the truck board. That's again, there's a gate on that. And again, that's what allows us to load the UCS into the VCC from the dry transfer system. One of the things we've learned at Massive is, of course, we installed cameras in Massive. And of course, we positioned those cameras identical in the mock-up. And as they were doing some of the testing, they decided they wanted to move some of the cameras to give the operator a more optimal view of the equipment. And so those are some valuable lessons we've learned just from the mock-up. So we're able to incorporate it at Massive. All right, next slide. So on the left there, that's the transportable storage container inside the VCC. Again, as we mentioned, there's 11 chambers. Each chamber holds up to 2 universal capsule sleeves. So this picture is taken again at the mock-up as if they've already loaded it. They removed the shielded indexer assembly, and then on the top right picture, that's them basically lowering the inner lid of the transportable storage container. So, and then the bottom picture there in the center, that's them doing the welding of the inner lid on the transportable storage container at the mock-up at Massive. So the way it'll work is they'll basically put the inner lid on top first, weld that shut. There's a port. It's hard to see, but in that picture on the bottom there, just below the automatic weld system, there's a little hole there. That's the port that'll be used to excavate or to backfill to backfill the TSC with helium. And then once that's done, they'll put a port cover, weld that shut, and then there's a second lid that then goes on top of that as well. That's also held shut. And then next, this is a video. So when they put that lid on, it's not quite centered. So the automatic weld system will actually kind of go around and measure the gap around the entire thing. Once it does that, then it'll basically do these tack welds, and it's got a video of it doing a 4-inch tack weld. It basically will determine where to do that first tack weld. It'll do the tack weld, and it'll go 120 degrees off that, do another tack weld, and all that's just to get it centered. And then once it's centered, then they'll start the actual welding. Yeah, so again, a lot of this is all this is being done over at Massive. They have Liberty, who's the one that designed and fabricated the automatic weld system. They're heavily involved and actually going to be involved with the process as we start operations. Right, next. So just summary, key takeaways, I think as a chain, we'll still continue to make significant progress towards ultimately transferring the capsules. As I said, we hope to basically have testing done at Massive this year, all the readiness activities completed next year, and then start operations by the end of the fiscal year 2025. And then, of course, once we get all the capsules out, then that'll be able to allow us to do the D&D of the wet facility. I think that'll be done, and we'll put it in cold dark configuration, and then it'll be ultimately D&D with D plant. And then, of course, completing the project will save as much as $6 million in annual operating costs. So obviously, operating the wet facility is very costly. So we will no longer have to do that. Also, managing a storage pad is not quite as expensive, so yeah, we're a lot of saving, cost saving there.
Brian, how do you have any perspective?
Yeah, so all three of our Wested people are out on other commitments today, but I do have some thoughts I can share about Wested. So largely, I just wanted to defer to our cleanup priorities advice response that we just issued a month or two ago that specifically that responded to the HAB's cleanup priority about Wested, and I'll just read it verbatim. We just said ecology agrees energy needs to meet its obligations as established in TPA milestone N9201. Ecology is where energy challenges leading to delays the waste encapsulation storage facility. However, we would still encourage energy to work towards the start and completion of capsule transfer starting by set to the capsule interim storage by August 31st, 2025. That being said, if there's any specific questions, I can try and answer them today, and if I can't, I will follow up with our Wested needs that are available today. So thanks for bearing with me if there's specific ecology questions that I can answer.
Well, you started by answering one of my questions, which is what milestones are associated with Wested. So that was good. So it looks like on the work plan that transfers start in fiscal 26-ish.
2025 is okay. Yeah, well, I think the plan is that it would start up in 25, but really start doing an operation in the beginning of 26. Yeah.
How long, once it gets started, is it forecast to take to get all of them over, assuming no?
So that's something we're still trying to figure out. So as I mentioned, we do have a TPM milestone, and it's actually to have them all removed by August of 2025, which we know we're going to miss. We've talked to the state about it. We have plans to renegotiate that milestone, but ecology has been patient with us. What we were hoping to do is now that MAST is up and running, as the operators start going through the procedures and walking through the process, it'll give us a much better understanding of how long that will take to load each one and allow us to renegotiate a date that we can meet, right? And that's acceptable to ecology as well. So we hope to restart those negotiations by the end of June, early July timeframe, and that's our goal right now. As far as our assumptions, originally our assumption was it would take about a month and a half to load each vertical concrete cap with 18. That's about a 27-month operation. And then of course you have maintenance activities you have to perform in there. So, so we were looking at potentially a 3-year, but I think as we go through the process, again, we'll know more. Of course, anything you do at Massive is in a non-rad facility, so you can do things a little bit quicker than you could if you're working with these highly. So I would say we probably add a little bit of time. So, yeah, so having said that, that's kind of the assumption right now is in 3 years, but, as we go through the maintenance or the mock-up activities and stuff, we'll learn more and get a better idea.
For what it's worth, the latest 5-year plan has this project complete in 28.
Deactivating Weston in 28, so that's probably a little optimistic.
Yeah, so I think again, that was heavily on the 1.5 month assumption that we have, and it didn't really count the amount of maintenance activities, because we have to do annual maintenance of the crane. So that's a good 2 or 3 weeks that we were unable to operate, things like that. So that's based on, again, that 1.5 operation. And so that's what we're trying to do, but again, just have to wait and see. I think the idea is as we start to do operation, we learn more, we'll have a better idea, But ultimately, I think what we're trying to do is show is that we're still making progress, right? It's not like we're not making improvements here. We've done a lot of good work getting where we're at despite COVID, all that thing, and we're getting closer.
And 2 more, and one's easy. All right, so the hard one first. You mentioned that the overpacks, you can only fit 2 instead of 6 capsules per sleeve. How many overpacks will it take before you run out of speed room? If you have more damaged capsules than you expect, you know, how much buffer you have in the cast?
So all the, so that will probably, one of the last we'll do is the W2 overpacks, because all W2 overpacks will go into one vertical concrete pad.
And then the last one is massive open for a tour if we wanted to, and I can't go just to 15 people or so.
Yeah, I mean, we can make it work. We might have to do groups going around, but yeah, there's always that option. And it's definitely, I mean, I like showing off that it's really a neat facility, and you can really see all the equipment and visually see, you know, what it's gonna take to load these in.
It puts it all in perspective. Are they going through the 3.4 mock-up back a couple years ago, which just really helpful to see, oh wow, you really only have this little screen to do all that work. So maybe we can get that on the work plan for next year.
So we're looking at potentially combining the annual site tour with the method tour. So it's in the work.
Thanks.
Yes.
I wasn't clear on your temperature monitoring. When you have all the capsules on the storage pad, are you still gonna monitor them for temperature when they're on that pad?
Yep. Yeah.
Where are the temperature sensors actually?
So the temperatures are up at the top. So, there's outlets on the bottom and then there's outlets on the top. And so the idea is to get this passive cooling system. And so we'll monitor, which I think they're just on the top. Anyone, I might have to get back with you on that. I don't recall. But we basically, there'll be all the vertical concrete cap will be attached to a temperature monitoring system, and they'll be monitored on a daily basis. And so they'll just be looking to see if you start to see an increase in temperature. It could mean that maybe one of the vents are blocked. And so it's not getting that fast cooling, and so then it'll trigger us to go out and do an inspection and clear out the vents if needed.
And my other question is, you mentioned that you're putting helium inside these. Why helium, not nitrogen or argon? Helium is getting kind of rare in this country.
Yeah, I don't think about it. I mean, I know it's to do it for this, you know, it's thermodynamic properties and, but I have to, I'm not sure why they didn't consider anything else. I'll have to get back on that.
It's a thermal conductivity.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a mini, castle, or, the K area that. This is like that. Remember the name, when they put all the fuel into the MCOs, that was filled with helium and ready heat transfer. So
Yeah, I know it's just for heat transfer, but I don't know what the properties are for nitrogen or to see if those would be better.
Yeah, and it's kind of what the commercial nuclear industry, their fuel rods are backfilled with helium. Okay, we did experiments at FFTF where we mixed the ratio of the gases, but it was always in line of having good thermal conductivity between the fuel and the outside wall of the water. So
I would have thought the heat capacity of helium was much lower than that of nitrogen or argon. It's surprising.
it's, yeah. I have a few. One is, could you give me a feeling of the dimensions here that we're talking about? Those capsules are how long?
So the capsules are about 4 inches in diameter and 2 feet long.
Wait, okay, and then you're stacking them on end.
Yep.
In these. Okay, and so we still don't have an idea of what the final disposition is gonna be for these. We think that, you know, it might just put them up, put them in the HLW or something. The part that I guess I'm concerned with is that even in the commercial nuclear industry, when they go to great extents of non-destructive testing and that kind of thing. And I know it's very difficult to get those, you know, 100%. So what if you do have a leader? What if you do have a high temperature alarm? If you've taken away, if you decommission the rest of the Wesson facility and the upenders and the various equipment in there, you get quite a loss to do anything there. You'd have to build a whole new hot cell, and in that period of time, we may be overheating more. And so I'm just wondering,
Well, there's a specific load plan that we have to follow to ensure that we stay with below a certain temperature range. So when we load these things, the load plan ensures that we would not generate enough heat to cause the capsules to fail or so. And then of course, there's a lot of, whenever you do those type of thermal models, there's a lot of conservatism built in. So we feel pretty confident that, as long as we follow the load plan, and there's a lot of checks and balances as we load these capsules into UCS, into the VTSC and stuff that's done before we start closing that lid. Because once we weld that lid closed, you're not getting those out of there, right? Like I said, we don't have a facility to do that anymore, right? So,
yeah, okay.
Got a couple in queue online. Yeah.
Hello, thank you so much for this presentation, Gary. It's super helpful to get an update on WESF and everything, all the progress that's being made to get ready for the transfers. I have a couple of questions. My first one is if you could share the video that you shared at the beginning of the presentation in the chat. I'd love to share that on social media. And then, so my first question or second question is that Susan and I were at the EMSSAB meeting a few weeks ago, and we received a briefing from Justin Marble, who was briefing us on True Waste, but ended up making a comment that there are companies interested in repurposing the strontium-90 from the WESF capsules. Have you heard about this?
yeah, so there has been some discussion at headquarters, and I think with some vendors or outside agencies that are interested in strontium and have asked about options of getting some of our strontium capsules. And so nothing has been decided yet, but we have, discussed kind of options that we could potentially do to support transferring just a few strontium capsules off-site to someplace during the time that we're operating. Because like I said, once they're in the VCCs and they're welded shut, there's no way to get to them. So, but again, nothing has been decided yet. The idea would be, rather than putting the strontium, the 3 or 4 strontiums into the VCCs, as we're doing the transfer operations, we would kind of take a pause and maybe load 1 or 2 into some shipping casks that could go off-site. But again, it would be up to whoever wants them to ensure that the shipping cast and how it's loaded is compatible with what the process we're doing over at WESF. And then, of course, they still would have to work out what facility they would go to and who could process them. Because the idea is we would support it as long as it doesn't interfere with our mission to get these capsules out of the dry storage. And that understanding that once they leave the site, they're no longer our responsibility. So
yeah,
the ownership would have to be considered. So again, all that has to be considered before a decision's made, and the decision has not been made yet.
Is it something that if a lot further down the line we could be briefed on? Like you could come back and if there is a decision, I mean, I know it's all up in the air, but.
Oh, yeah, for sure. If there's ever a decision and we decide to support this effort, then we will definitely brief you guys.
Great, thank you. And my last question is about testing the concrete. Is there any intention of after the capsules are transferred out of the storage pool, testing the concrete for degradation and exposure to that radiation?
Yeah, I know there's been interest in that to see how the irradiation has impacted the pool cells. But as far as right now, there is no plans that I'm aware of. Not saying that it can't be done, but I know there's been a lot of others that have showed interest, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sampling done at some point.
And I think that has come up in multiple versions of HAB advice over the years. And if we're looking at 2028 being the earliest that West could be decommissioned, maybe it's worth another piece of advice on testing the concrete. We should probably look and make sure. Maybe we could just reference the advices that say, please test the concrete instead of writing a new one, but.
Yeah, that's out of the scope of
Yeah,
of this project.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was switching to internal have thoughts. Yeah, I really appreciate the presentation. Is there anything else you do, Dan?
We do have Dan Souls and Q. Dan,
Sorry,
go
Dan.
ahead.
Yes, thank you. Are you still doing the lead cast experiment out there? And if so, why aren't you talking more about it? If you're doing it, I think it would give the public some assurance that the DOE is gaining knowledge in handling highly radioactive materials for long-term storage.
Yeah, sure. So as I talked about before, we were 19 of these vertical concrete casts or transportable storage containers. 18 will be used to load the capsules in. The 19th is used at Massive, but once we're done at Massive, the idea is that we would have an aging management program. We would utilize that cast to do some long-term evaluation. So we have heaters that are designed that look just like universal capsule sleeve that will be placed into this lead canister or this 19 cast. And again, it'll be used to kind of do these long-term evaluations of how things perform over time with those under those conditions, right, with the heat. And so this is been in collaboration. This whole work has actually been in collaboration with PNL and others because NRC, things like that, because there's a lot of not necessarily casts that hold these type of material, but casts similar to this that are aging. And there's been a lot of questions. Well, what happens if it starts to show wear? Is there a way to repair it in place? Things like that. So I think the information coming out of this would be helpful for others as well. But ultimately, even though these pieces of these equipment were built for a design life of 300 years or so, our nuclear safety document that's only take credit for a 40-year life. And so this aging management program will help us to build the case to extend that over time.
Okay, thank you. And just one comment, there is a different spelling available for lead that they use like for lead reporters, and it doesn't sound like lead, which is used more often for radioactive handling. You might consider changing the spelling. Anyway, thank you.
Do you have any other questions?
Well, facility I couldn't remember in 100K is cold vacuum drying facility, CVDF.
Thank you. Okay, so now that the queue is done, I want to thank you for the presentation. It's great to see the progress being made and those boxes turning from red to green. It's a great sign and look forward to the next time. Which, if you have a crystal ball, how often? When's the next time you want to come back and talk about this?
I'm always happy to talk about lots of like I said, next year we'll be doing mainly readiness activities. So we have the contractor operational readiness review. The DOE will be done in this fall, early or fall winter timeframe, and then the RA for the WESF will be done in the spring. For the contractors and DOEs is in the summer. So most of the work next year is going to be just operational training, things like that. So.
So maybe in addition to the tour, we could get a brief on the RA.
Yeah. When is the tour?
In the fall timeframe.
Oh, okay.
This fall month.
Yeah.
The next summer.
Yeah.
About a year.
Thank you. Yeah, about a year.
Excellent. Well, thank you again, and don't be straight.
Yep, sure. No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Kelly. All right.
And we're a little over 5 minutes ahead of the agenda. Do you want to take an early break or?
Yeah, well, let's follow the thread that Mia started on, the testing of the concrete. Typically, if we're going to be writing advice for, we want to be in the 4 to 5 year out range. So we have plenty of time for the agencies to make an actionable advice. So, you know, if the work plan says 2028 is the earliest that they're gonna be decommissioning west, that puts us in the 4 to 5 year range. So I think it might be a homework assignment that I'll take on, to look through old advice and pull out the, how many times we've asked for testing of that concrete. The idea here is there are a few facilities in the world that have had such high levels of radioactivity in water next to concrete for such a long time. So the science of grout and concrete integrity, we dictate that we sample it because it's the one chance that we have to do this. So as part of the decommissioning plan, we've asked DOE a couple times to incorporate that testing in. So let's make sure, I'll look through our past advice and then maybe at our next meeting, I'll report out and maybe advise whether we want to write advice. Okay, and with that, I think let's take a break.
I think we should discuss a little bit.
Okay.
We just have to open forum.
Well, yeah, we can talk about it before. I just want to make sure I close that loop before we took the break. Unless you want to talk about it now, we can talk about it now if you really want.
Break.
Take a break.
All right, how long is the break till the agenda? 15, all right.
Be back at, what, 2:40?
40? Okay, sound good. So back at 2:40. Enough, I think.
All right, we're gonna get rolling with open forum, and if you're still on break, then you'll jump in an hour late, or a minute late, not an hour, sorry. Been one of those days. Okay, so open forum. Rob, you wanted to start off by continuing our conversation about grout testing?
Yeah. First of all, you know, first of all, it's not how you run an experiment, because you don't know where you started. Okay. The second thing I want to point out is some of the first requests for the testing of the grout there came when we were still talking about operationally using the facility. Okay, as opposed to not. We had some core samples taken and sent off to, I think, Northwestern or whatever, and that became part of the structural integrity program that Submarine now works with that we've seen. So, okay, then the other point I'd like to make is that what are we going to do with the information? We're not going to build something out of concrete anymore. We're not going to use it as an engineering material, you know, in a swimming pool here at the site. So what would we do with that information other than spend a lot of money doing it? The third thing is it is not the highest rad exposed concrete in the world. You know, we've got 60 kilo rad, you know, test machine at CERN. We've got the Hanford Heddle reactor here had some of the highest exposures of concretes and materials and things of that sort. So there's tons of existing data on the interaction of radiation with concrete. So I really think that, you know, I just, I'm on my phone here during our little break, there's like 20 papers out there already, you know, in the kilorad range, which I doubt we even got close to that, on these. So, and then, like I said, what are you gonna do with it? If we're gonna encourage DOE to go spend some money when we're always knowing that we could use money elsewhere. We always want that. So I guess I would kind of say is that, you know, just from the material science of it, I don't know that we're gonna learn anything. You don't know what it started out to be. You don't know what the water mixture was. You don't know what the graph of it, you know, all those kind of factors. You don't know what its exposure history is. And all those kind of things where, and I also mentioned before that, you know, we're not talking gamma, we're not talking neutron. Neutron is the one you really worry about. And because it's a solid particle, it's smashing atoms around. And every one of our commercial nuclear reactors is monitoring for, if they have concrete containments, okay, and concrete pedestals, they're monitoring that with, solid state track recorder, you know, dosimetry, and those kind of activities. So, I just think that we probably should drop that issue. That would be great science, you know, I spent a couple $1 million, you know, testing and that kind of thing, but yeah, I just think it's not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see that perspective, and it would be science for science sake, and maybe DOERL is the entity to run those tests, but the opportunity cost of that concrete, you know, if it isn't, you know, overly contaminated, sending that a chunk of it to P&L for analysis, for instance, wouldn't set back the bank too much, and we have a core to compare it to, and so you could do a short differential study. I'm not suggesting that it's like something we should, you know, protest and shut everything down for, but it's an opportunity cost of it.
I agree with Rob. I don't think that's a suitable topic for advice. I think if it's a really intense interest, P&L ought to be on top of it.
Well, and I'm not suggesting that we write advice on it, but I know that it has been mentioned in multiple advices. And we should check in on stuff like that periodically that hasn't happened yet and make sure that, you know, either we're still interested in it and we should bring it up, or we should say, you know, that's past. Right?
Well, I can say about 15 years ago, there was an RL new safety engineer, Greg Morgan, who was looking for data for concrete degradation. And he found it was pretty sparse. Information was available 15 years ago. And the thing also is WESF is all gamma, beta and gamma. Beta will disappear immediately, but gamma. He didn't see anything that didn't have a lot of neutron interactions also. So that's what, he couldn't really tell what was the state of the concrete in the pool. And that's why he initiated this issue about 15 years ago. And now we're finally seeing the caps being removed. So it's a piece of information there. For people in the future.
Yeah. And I don't, like I said, I don't know that it's something that we need to weigh in on, like as a standalone, but there has been periodically a lot of interest in not wasting the opportunity to get a sample of that analyzed by someone. Or making it available to any institution that wants a chunk of it to test on their own dime.
Well, other institutions don't have their own back.
Yeah.
You know,
It's all public.
nobody, yeah.
Mia, what are your thoughts?
Hello. So I am of the opinion that it is really important to test the concrete in the pools. I think it would give us information on other places where concrete is used, and that in those places that would interact with radioactivity, possibly in the high level waste facility, in the different storage facilities where concrete is used to store waste. And I looked up actually, Tom, during the break, the advice, and there is no advice on this topic, specific to this topic. We've included it in the cleanup priorities advice as a bullet point, but I couldn't find any advice specific to this topic. And I would, as Hanford Challenge would personally feel like it's important to pursue. I know Dirk Dunning also has a great interest in this. He could be someone we could talk to, but I think it's worthwhile.
And if you're willing or interested in devoting time to it, I don't think anyone's going to say it's a waste of time for you to follow up with that. If you wanted to join or start an IM team to look at it, with the understanding that there would probably be some opposition from the advice I'm hearing from this room, but we can at least have those conversations and maybe talk to Dirk or have Rob and Dirk talk if Rob's interested.
Well, I've talked to Dirk before, but a lot of those conversations were when we were still planning on using the facility. We're not gonna use it, and there's no other pools out there on the site, they're draining them all.
So the standard of care is no longer to build high radiation facilities out of concrete. It's moved on to something else.
I think it's a waste of time. You know, as this site progresses down the road toward eventual completion works, there's no more work to be done, environmental radiations, nice to have, gotta have. And one of the problems is, we get locked into doing a lot of nice to haves, and that's what's extending the schedule and the cost. It's not something that we gotta have.
Well, I don't know that it's a waste of time to have an IM team talk about it. It might be wasting the IM team's time, but I don't think it is because they're interested in it. And that is sort of the process of learning, right? Is you're interested in something, you look at it, you talk about it, and it could end up going nowhere.
But again, how would you ever use it? Because like any material, okay, you're gonna have to take that evidence that you have assembled. Now, I've done this with metals a lot. You end up testing it to those different conditions. Then you have to submit it to a code committee to get them to review it and accept it as a building material. Okay? So how would you, it's just such a process that, and I don't see what good you're gonna get. I think it's a waste, that's all.
Well, I mean, that context is important as sort of science for science sake is one thing, but actually having a reason to figure out what the process is, and knowing that this isn't the standard of care for constructing new facilities anymore. I tend to shy away from shutting down conversation. If someone wants to waste their time, I think we should let them.
Okay.
But that's not trying to say that that's a waste of time from my perspective, just in general. No time is wasted if you're learning. My nugget of thoughts for the day.
I just have a hard time believing that this hasn't been studied ad infinitum already. I just can't imagine that there aren't numerous publications on exactly the same topic.
Yeah. Well, 15 years ago, they weren't, according to Bob.
That's what Greg Martin was saying. He did the search. He came with a couple of things that were kind of related to how strong west of pool would be the concrete, how resistant it would be to earthquake damage. He couldn't prove anything. Nothing really popped out that said they were safe.
And that's
a different.
That's post Google, but pre Google Scholar. So I don't know.
So right now, in 1977 or 78, we put a number of spent fuel bundles into concrete monoliths, and they're sitting at the Nevada test site right now on the outside of the EMAT facility. Okay, they've been exposed for all these years to spent fuel radiation. The design information for those casts was available then. That's what we used in the design of those casts. So, like I said, I'm not saying it, maybe the search wasn't thorough, but we've been using it. The Canadians use all of their spent fuel as above ground storage in concrete monoliths. And they've been doing that on the Canadian CANDU reactors since the 70s. So, it's not like it's new.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm no expert on this at all, but just reading some of the comments we've given in the past, it looks like there's a lot of information, a lot of assessments done on wet concrete and radiation exposure in wet concrete, but not in dry. And the WESIF concrete is dry. And so I think that's one of the reasons that people like Dirk and us have pushed to test this concrete because it's a specific, it's under a specific condition. So anyway, just I'm happy to lead an IM team. I don't know if I would have any people on the IM team with me is the issue. So yeah, I'm interested in exploring this further. It's something that we've included in advice in the past, cleanup priorities. So, you know, why not do something, create advice specifically on this topic that would be actionable? And like Tom said, probably wouldn't cost a lot of money to do the assessment, and may end up being beneficial for things in the future.
So it sounds like you're interested in starting an IM team. We can put that out to see if anyone else is interested in joining. And see where it goes.
I just found using Google a west of concrete dam dose damage by Dirk Dunning, February 13, 2013, basically talking about the issues on this. So it's been looked at by the half year. So for 2013, I guess. I assume he was doing that with that.
Dan, your thoughts?
Thanks. The science for science sake I do find that kind of attractive, and to have a specific case like that where it's a specific kind of radiation, and we know we have a great deal of knowledge about that specific kind of radiation, that kind of material may not be applicable to anything now, but with all of the strange and wonderful, I suppose, the advanced reactor designs that are coming out now, it might prove to be useful information in the future. And you know, I'd be willing to serve on the IM team too.
All right, and then there were two. Okay, so we'll make sure that gets added to the list of IM teams.
We need a skeptic and a cynic on that team.
There you go.
Three. Look at this. Process works.
He counts as two.
Okay.
So what policy would you like, if we're looking for actionable policy level advice, what policy would change?
Well, that's a good question.
And just maybe one to ponder for the IMC.
Yeah, and you don't have to have a well-developed advice concept when you start an IM team. You can do it just sort of to see if there's advice there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And so I just wanted to put that question out there for the IMC to consider.
That's a good point to have when you're meeting and then talking about what you're going to be talking about. Try to figure out with the lens of what actionable means, which we're still waiting from the CPA agency to determine what actionable means.
I'm the devil advocate.
Put me on the list. I'll prepare a reading list so people can see how much literature and information is written out there.
Well, I think that's the key thing. I think there's probably a lot of information out there, but everybody on the team needs to have at least something to read.
Yeah, and Mia, if you have contact with Dirk, maybe you could ask him to come in and give a quick talk. Not an official DOE sanctions talk, just a conversation.
Yeah, I can invite him to our first meeting. Kind of like how Todd Martin came to the grout team meeting and talked about grout and the history.
Historical context of how we got here and who planted the seeds and all that.
Yep.
Okay.
Any other volunteers for the IM team?
I would, but I'm already on so many. I like learning, so I like learning all the IM teams, but I don't think I can add anything to this thing, so I'm not gonna do that. I might say that.
I don't have the bandwidth.
Okay, so that was a hard conversation about concrete. Any other open forum topics for today? Yeah.
In your position on with Oregon, have you heard anything more about 324 building?
I have not heard
Information that's been given to Oregon that maybe is.
Not to my, no, we haven't gotten any, inside scoop on 324, other than EPA's, last I heard, still expecting the focused feasibility study.
Yeah.
To be done this October, I think, November. And then that would go up for public comment, when they revise the proposed plan.
Is there anything that's gone by your Your viewpoints that you've heard?
Okay, I'm like, where are you looking?
No, you.
No, I have asked that question because I anticipated 324 would come up and when we could bring a briefing back to the House. And so I was told August would be too soon, but potentially after that feasibility study.
Okay.
So it is on the radar. It is on our list of things to bring forward. So as soon as I have more information, I can let you know. But I was told August is not feasible at this time.
And that, we're sort of segueing a little bit, and I think that's okay. Talking about the future here. Historically, we've talked about groundwater in sort of the fall timeframe. It's my understanding that the groundwater report isn't going to be expected this year until January, February timeframe. So maybe if we ask for a little bit of focused information on that groundwater discussion on the groundwater downgrading of 324, because they've been doing extra testing there to make sure there's nothing getting in the groundwater. That might be a good sort of closing that. We'll have the proposed plan feasibility study and the groundwater data. We're hearing everything we can.
That would be important to people I talk to.
Or if they listen to that meeting. I know, it's all right. Mark,
Right.
It's like,
That's right. We want the segue. We just top speed. Dan, do you have some of the throw in?
oh, we got open forum soon. Dan.
Yeah, on the 324, I just saw a thing in the paper the other day. I don't know if it's going to come true or not. There's supposed to be an atmospheric river that's coming up through eastern Oregon and heading all the way up to where Hanford is, and that 3-foot wide skirt around the 324 building. If there is an atmospheric river that dumps a ton of rain up there, that might not be adequate. I wish that we would consider just the 3-foot limit on that skirt and move it out a bit just in case. This year won't be bad, but as someone who's watched the weather for 60 some years as a motorcycle rider, it's next year's going to be a lot worse. It's going to be a lot wetter. Anyway, that's my prognostication. Thank you.
So to be clear, it's my understanding that the contamination of the 324 has additional foundation concrete past where that skirt is. It's not just one little bit. It's not just 3 feet deep in that dry. There's a bigger umbrella. So
that's reassuring.
But there's also, they've increased the frequency of groundwater monitoring down gradient of the 324 building, I believe. So we should, if there is something mobilizing, they'll know pretty quick. Any other open forum bids? Did it rain as part of the atmospheric river? Just did. We had a lot of rain in Salem. We got it. So the atmospheric river did happen. Oh, rivers.
Atmospheric drizzle there.
Yeah. Atmospheric brook. Okay. Open forum? Not seeing anyone excited in the room that open forum.
we just had that too.
Yeah, we did have that one. Same meeting as KBC.
Okay, so we had that word, that one.
Okay, so, next on the agenda. We've got committee business. Right now, we have, one nominee for vice chair of the committee, who is not eligible to serve because membership packets haven't been approved yet. So, unless we have other people who want to serve, I think it's the best strategy to wait until committee packets are approved and then have elections. I'm hoping August.
It's cruising right through, so I do not anticipate any delays. And fingers are crossed for August, but I don't want to say yes because then it's gonna be.
Yeah. So
Hopefully.
moral of the story, if you're interested in serving as vice chair of the committee, talk to Josh. If you want to know what leadership means and how much time it is, talk to me. Or anyone else who's been on the leadership, Chris, Rob. That's all, or, Mia. Anyway, don't shy away, and, unless we get a plethora of nominees, then we will hold elections in August. Pending the packet. Okay, that was easy. Draft work plan review and input. Want to throw that on the screen there, Josh? You're ahead of me. Awesome. Okay, so, Wednesday, I'm gonna be taking whatever we talked about today, plus some other things to add potentially to the work plan or request additions to the work plan. So my question to you is what's missing? What do we need to be able to talk about next year? And I know, Chris, you had a couple topics, so why don't we start with you?
I had 4 things that I thought might be of interest to the HAB, not necessarily for advice, but for information. I ran them by Tom kind of as a sanity check before the meeting started here today. And he agreed that they were sane. So the first one is we've talked a lot about risk, but in the 4 years that I've been on the HAB here, we've never actually had a presentation on how baseline risk assessments are done. The methodology, what the intent is, why we do them, what it means in terms of risk. And those things that's a key activity for producing a remedial investigation report, for a feasibility study, for the proposed plan, and for a ROD. All that information that comes out of a risk assessment. And there's a formality to it and a methodology that's kind of mandated by the EPA, and this site follows that. We've not had a presentation. I think that would be of real interest to members of the HAB. So that's one thing that we could put in the work plan that's not in here. Another thing is, there are a number of rebound studies that have been carried out with groundwater, especially in the 100K area. And I'm thinking possibly in the 100N area, and I think in 100DH as well. We've not really had any kind of a presentation on how do you do a rebound study? Why do you do it? How is the information used? What's the status of them? Have they been useful or not useful in plans for continuing pump and treat activities in those respective operable units? So that's something that we might consider having a discussion on too, is rebound studies along the river corridor. The third one is one that's been mentioned before, is kind of an update on 6/18/11. Those are the burial grounds right next to Energy Northwest. They're not scheduled to be remediated for quite a while. So if we wanted to have an advice topic, there's ample time to do it and kind of meet the budget cycle or the planning cycle that DOE already has. And the last one has to do with groundwater remediation along the river corridor in the 100D area and the 100H area on the Horn in the far northeast of the site along the Columbia River. And that is, they have discovered that there are groundwater bearing units within what's known as the upper Ringgold mud. And those groundwater bearing units have hexavalent chromium in them. This is extending the plumes in those areas and also has implications for the length of time that you're going to have to carry out pump and treat in those areas. So I'm thinking that might be a good topic for information purposes for us, is a discussion on hexavalent chromium in something in geological formations which are not considered to have hexavalent chromium, with just for information purposes for the HAB. So those are the 4 things that I thought, in addition to what's on here, might warrant some discussions formal or informal going forward the next year.
Yeah, what would you like to see? Then Rob.
So I have a few things. The first is the adaptive milestone approach milestones that were put in abeyance. I think they're soon or right now being renegotiated. I think those are the M15 and M16 milestones, if I'm not incorrect. And so getting an update on those and the new timeline for those. Also the 300 area uranium sequestration. I think that's one that we've been asking for multiple times, and I've never received a briefing on that. Would also like an update on the canyons and the removal actions that are happening there. And again, never had an update on that before, so it'd be nice to hear some new briefings. Also the WMAC closure plan and the WEIR and everything that's happening with that. I don't know for timing when that would be a good time to bring, but I know it's coming up and could maybe be a briefing we could have with the tanks committee. So those are just a few things that I had in mind.
Rob, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, it came and went. So, when we talk about shoreline rehab for X-Chrome, what, you know, is this in the repairing area? I mean, this is the first I heard of that.
So the plume is, if it wasn't actively being pumped and treated, it would be discharging the river. But there is an active pump and treat system.
And so no more outflow to the river? Minimal.
And so one thing that, as part of that, X-Chrome they found in the wrinkled upper mud, they're actually doing rebound studies on the horn to figure out what sort of the next steps are for treatment there. And so Lindsay has that down to talk about all that.
So we heard from Jason Capron. He said that we'll have some updated annual plume maps. And so in November or later timeframe, we can support that briefing.
Okay.
So the header, Carmen.
So
that one is yes, we can add that to the work plan.
Are those pipeline updated plume maps or updated plume maps just along the river?
I asked for DNH.
Oh, okay, good.
So one thing that I did was, looking at, we've always heard from management that actionable advice is 3 to 4 years out. So I want to make sure that we're hitting that goal. So I went through the last 2 5-year work plans, or the placemats, and found some topics that aren't on our work plan yet, but are in those windows of when advice would be actionable. So what Mia was saying with the canyons, it looks like redox, feed plant, and seed plant removal actions are all in that window. There is feed reactor preservation might be an interesting topic, and that would just be informational because feed reactor is cool. And it'd be important to preserve. So Mia, you said a joint tanks on WAC and weirs. I also had a joint tanks surface barrier presentation.
So that is one that I believe Becky Blackwell is committed to bringing this fall.
Okay.
So you'll see surface barriers, I believe, on the tanks. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And then maybe a joint meeting with LIDS on ERDIC Supercell 11.
If we can support that briefing on ERDIC.
And then the deep Vados zone treatability assessment with PMO, we talked about maybe trying to get them this year, maybe that can happen next year.
So we have 7 opportunities on the work plan listed for potential advice. So which of these topics, just so when I'm going back to my SMEs and saying, hey, we're looking at opportunities where they have to provide advice, which one of these do you foresee advice coming forward on?
I could,
If you had a crystal ball.
yeah, my crystal ball says that you could really easily see advice on DB one.
Okay.
Which is the deep beta stone
Yep.
feasibility study for treatment, just so everyone else. PNL did a big study on injecting different types of gases and stuff into the unsaturated soils to try to bind uranium and technetium, and stop it from getting into groundwater. So it's important because you can't do that. I could see. Yeah, we've already done advice on sort of the.
That one had advice.
Yeah, we did advice on WAC. We did advice on the removal actions on the canyons. But maybe there could be advice there on earth soil backfill, because that's a lot of demolition that needs backfill. Chris mentioned we might consider advice on 6/18/11 because that's got plenty of lead time and plenty of homework to do.
So for 6/18/11, I have been told by our SME that there will be nothing till FY 26. So there's that one cannot be supported in FY 26.
FY 26,
They said early FY 26.
that's a good time frame. Give advice now.
I'll go back and I'll
So then
ask him
we'll give
again.
advice on.
Yeah, no, I pushed back a little bit on that one and said, is there anything, and he said, there's nothing that we can bring forward to the board for consideration at this time, and so, or even to present on. And so I don't want to say, yes, let's put this on the work plan when there's nothing that the department can support on that topic, when there is, several other items on your wish list that may be more relevant, timing wise.
So, and there, that's a constant sort of push and pull, because when we ask if it's right, it's not right to talk about because there isn't a plan yet, but we're trying to get ahead of the plan. So maybe this is more of a sort of homework assignment for Chris to read up on 6/18/11 and then present back out at an open forum so we can talk about it.
Or could this be something that is like a regulatory update that we did previously?
Right.
Could it be supported in that capacity? And that would be a question for.
Yeah.
And Roberto's not here, so, but yeah, just something to think about.
And I could see EPA doing a pretty good talk on eco risk as well, because that's their bread and butter. So.
Washington closure was planning on doing 6/18/11 because they built a road to the west end of the trenches. So they didn't have to go through Northwest Security every time they wanted to go in and out. So there must be some information in old Washington River Corridors group, because they were planning to do it right after 6/18/10, along with 6/18/10. We did build that road there.
I'll ask the question.
Yeah, some of these things that have been sort of kicking around for a while, it might be good just to have, a have brief on what it is and why it's important to the board. Even if the agencies aren't able to provide new information, we can look through the administrative record and find what's there and say, this is why we're interested in it. And for those of you who are coming onto the board now, this might happen in your lifetime. So here's the primer. So that might not be a bad.
Yeah, I think a lot of these things are just informational, especially for new people who are coming on the board. They may not have the background of the site that some of us do. And that might spur new thoughts on their behalf relative to advice that maybe we're not thinking about.
Understood. And I'm thinking, just kind of trying to think outside the box, being the liaison for the department and hearing things that the group wants to talk about, and then being told on my end that we're not able to support them. Maybe there is the opportunity to bring somebody in who has more technical knowledge than I do about some of these topics, and maybe it isn't an agency update, but maybe it's just kind of a conversation or some type of dialogue if their schedule allows for it, because then that would be the opportunity for folks to ask a question, with the understanding that there was no more new information to share, or maybe they have something that they thought was already shared and you haven't heard it yet. So I think that that provides the opportunity to have those conversations, right? Any thoughts on that?
That sounds great.
Tom? I'm trying to think outside the box.
Yeah, I love the idea. I love the conversation as opposed to the presentation. It adds a value and allows us to go more far ranging instead of one agenda item.
I think that's a good idea too.
And one thing that I've been really trying to do is to have the right people in the room, so when questions come up, they're able to answer them. So that's why for something like IDF, we had not only Carmen, our SME, we also had Gary Piles, who were coming in later for WEPA, who had all of that technical knowledge, as well as Kelly. So it's just ensuring that I know ahead of time, maybe not all the questions that are going to be asked, but you know, I guess, a certain number of them, so I have the right folks in the room to answer them for you.
I think if we're gonna do the fireside chat discussion thing, we would want to have a committee call a couple months in advance, not a meeting, but a call, so we can sort of brainstorm topics and ideas that, so you know who to ask to come.
Yes, and now with that being said, I haven't run that by anybody, this is just Lindsay thinking out loud. I said probably shouldn't be, but hearing I'm thinking out loud, but I feel like that would provide that opportunity for folks to ask the questions, and just like I said, have that dialogue, have that conversation, have it be informal, you know, not talking to a PowerPoint for things that, you know, are a couple years old.
To pick up on what you just said, Tom, and also you, Lindsay, you might remember that, when we were talking about having a talk in the last BCC meeting on contracts, I gave you a list of questions to give to the person who's going to do the talk, so that they might know in advance the range of topics that might be asked of them that would be of interest to the have. We could do the same thing. At a committee call, we can put out a list of questions, things we want to know, give it to Lindsay to give to the person who we're going to have the fireside chat.
So in a perfect world, the last thing on the agenda before adjourning is next committee meeting. So in a perfect world, what we could do is have Lindsay say, these are the briefings we're thinking about for the next committee meeting. And then we sort of do that here 2 months out. So Lindsay has that already. We don't need to have a separate call, but I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. Because the other thing that I just realized is happening in 2008, 2028, or back 20 years, sorry, is WIP shipments resume. So, Carlsbad certification and transportation. It's sort of a specific transuranic. We have transuranic advice or transuranic waste generally, but I don't know if we don't want to nail down the specific details about what we want to occur.
I would go into very like specific, just kind of broad area topic.
Okay.
I don't know if this is appropriate for a work plan, and it might be information only, but, I think the board, would benefit from hearing a little bit about transportation. You know, we've had the discussions here that the controversy between glass and concrete and shipping. We've heard the controversy between solid and liquid, and you know, the issue with no train service available. And in my mind, if we're going to ship stuff for the next 40 years, it might behoove us to put train facilities back there and to save money. I would like to see us have a definitive talk about transportation. That could include what you guys just talked about with resuming in 28. The timing is kind of close, kind of right.
Yeah.
To do something. We may not be able to provide advice. Well, to understand it.
And there's two flavors of transportation. There's the holistic transportation, which is, 15+ million gallons of tank waste that's been either solidified or not going down probably the railroads in Oregon, if it's going to Utah. And then there's the transuranic material, which is highly regulated, and Carlsbad does a sort of a road show where they'll bring a true pack out along the transit corridor and have whistle stops
But we can't do much, we can't do really anything except maybe some information.
Right.
But on the other side, there's probably more shipments going out than the true, year-end waste.
There's going to be more shipments of tank waste from the 200 West, assuming holistics goes forward. Yeah.
Maybe a starting point would just be a simple explanation of DOT transportation regulations. Those are much, much different than CERCLA, RECRA, and they're confusing as hell.
That and, as I mentioned, the differences of opinion just within this group of what the best way is. I think we ought to listen to some professionals or some.
So far I've got 101s on risk assessment, on rebound studies and groundwater pump and treat optimization, and on transportation.
That's a full load.
I mean, transportation could potentially be maybe in a whole as opposed to.
I agree. It's an important issue though, and it's gonna become a critical issue.
Yeah, I mean, we could spend the whole day talking about waste shipments.
Yeah, I think we're gonna know so much more once the TDI is initiated and start working.
Right.
So they start putting engineers on the shipping plans, they start, doing getting all that stuff ironed out, but until that's a go, we're just.
But on the other hand, informationally, we could be more prepared to take chops at that when it happens. It's,
And few we supposed to have their AOA for the grounding plan by end of 2025. Put me on the spot here, right?
You mean the decision for where it's gonna happen to it? Or-
The analysis of alternatives document.
Okay, yeah, I'd have to go double check that. I think so. I know that currently, by the end of 2024, the decision's supposed to be made about if the grouting is gonna occur on site.
Okay, so that's 2024. So yeah, that,
But that's not, I think that's like, anyway, I'd have to go double check.
all right, so that would be that would be right for 25, the decision's made for 24. So, yeah. That'd be part of the whole, I think. Okay. Yeah.
One more 101 type. Our email exchange last month about the certification and transportation process for fruit.
Okay. And that could roll into that transportation discussion, yeah.
it's quite subject as opposed to some of the others who take on.
Great.
It's very broad.
And I lost my train of thought because I had another something.
So let me work with Kelly Ebert on that one. I know that they're working on setting up the program, and so when that would be timely. I think we may still be a little bit ahead of.
So Kelly Ebert is setting up the program. Carlsbad has a program and they've been running it and they know what the pitfalls are and we get lessons learned from them is where I think we should be.
So, yes, I understand that portion of it, but what is the purpose for that?
To be informed about transportation regulations and protocols, because it was a request.
I'm just trying to understand, I'm trying to put all. the
It'd be informational and this, it would feed into the conversation related to the holistics about transportation of tank waste. Because we have an established program and we could show that as a case study of an established DOE program that works. And say, okay, well, how would you transpose this now to either grounded or liquid material?
I'm just trying to figure out how to present it back to our SME and what that would look like. All right.
There's always the chance that West could be ready to take waste from Hanford before our plans are for shipping.
But we already have boxes already. We have,
Are they certified?
That's the only thing.
They're certifiable.
They're certifiable, that's right. So. And I think that would take several years to take that backload off.
Now, was it certifiable pre-2014 event or post-2014 event?
Yes.
That's a big, well, post-2014 event, the certifiable, those are the ones that would go sooner, I would think.
I think we heard from Kelly last time, and I don't want to speak for you, but they do have a number of containers that they deem to be certifiable to the post 2014 standard. But they're waiting for Carlsbad to sign off on them before they ship. But I don't want to speak, well, I don't want to talk to you either, but that's what I remember from the brief we got in.
And I recall that during the brief. So since then.
Mia, what do you share?
Hi, yeah. So I just wanted to note that we've asked for a briefing on transportation at the September meeting. So hopefully we'll receive kind of initial briefing on that. And then we can kind of see if there's additional briefings on more specific aspects of transportation going into next year.
Thanks, that happened a couple weeks ago, and I already forgot about it, so thanks for reminding us that.
And we have not set up for September yet, so as soon as I have a response for that, I will let the group know.
What aspect of transportation was discussed for September?
TBI, there's being so can.
Do you feel armed with information for Wednesday?
I am absolutely locked and loaded for Wednesday. I appreciate the conversation, everybody. I think we'll end up with a full work plan because there's a lot happening at the site and there's a lot of good stories, but there's a lot of things that I think we could weigh in on. And I want to hear the good news, and I want to hear the challenges and figure out where we can advise. Yeah.
There's one more topic that's just occurred to me. I don't know if not sure it's relevant for this committee, but I'm not sure what committee is relevant on. HMIS has an environmental sampling group. And every year they go out and they sample flora, fauna, air outside the boundary. And they've been doing this for years and years. It'd be nice to know what they found. They do publish an environmental report every year, which I've never read. But that would be an interesting
It's a picture.
FYI program or presentation to have. Have they found radiation in birds? Have they found radiation in fauna? They routinely test for this. That'd be an interesting topic.
The other one that is not for this committee, but for LIDS, that we had talked about a couple months ago, was potentially having someone from the Hanford Natural Resource Trustee Council, HNRTC, Hanford Natural Resource.
You're right.
Yeah. Come and talk to the HAB about what that group does. Because there was some misunderstanding as to what they were, whether they were cross purpose with us. So having folks from that group come and talk and do another one-on-one on sort of what the NERDA process looks like.
I think that's a committee of the whole.
Would that be great to hold?
That's we.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
So, that, presentation you had on the environmental justice?
Oh, yeah, that's, there's something else.
No, by ecology,
The one in
yes.
the freezing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. This one, no, this one.
Oh,
Okay.
that one. Yeah.
And when I went through there a lot, they took me,
Okay, here's the one that was back in March or whatever.
right. So, here. So we're talking about risk and we want a discussion of the risk that we're using in evaluations do our assessments, okay? And this whole environmental justice is based upon a risk. Can we? Can we get that discussion, risk of the environmental justice? I mean, so what else are we gonna talk about risk? I mean,
Yeah, that, when I was talking with Lindsay a few months ago now about the risk, we were charged with, a risk communications and strategies advice, both this year and last year. And I feel like we need to have sort of a panel of risk experts to have a conversation about what risk is and what different people mean by risk. So then we can try to congeal some through lines. And EJ risk is definitely something that the panel can talk to. We got environmental risk, and we've got perceived risk, and we've got radiological risk, and all these different pieces come together. They all use the same word, but they mean different things. So how do we write advice about
operations risk?
Right, there's business risk, there's risk to the wasting taxpayer dollars, that, you know, all these things are risk, but when you say risk in a conversation, nobody knows what you're talking about. So communicating risk is definitely in this scope, and we want to get there. But yeah, all of these things tie together. It's really interesting. We started and ended the discussion with a different type of risk.
yeah, so if we're gonna have a risk discussion, can we have them talk in terms of environmental justice?
I don't want to speak for DOE or EPA, but I'm sure that's something we could see if there's, times we could do. I think it would just depend on what specifically is presented and stuff.
Yeah. Who has historically borne the risk?
Yeah, and is it radiation and how they're figuring radiation? Is it, car wrecks?
I think there's a lot of different ways you could see it, and I think that's the challenge of bringing this briefing to the board.
There's no clear one.
Correct, and so what I'm trying to do is trying to, I guess, put it in a box, but it's hard to put in a box, and so it may be a multi-meeting briefing, because there may be different parts and pieces and how it all ties together. I think there's gonna be some more planning between the tri-party agencies prior to what we were able to commit to.
Almost like a risk task force instead of a subcommittee.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, just even looking at the National Academy studies on supplemental law, the risk for transportation, they're saying, during the rail campaign, they estimate that 1.5 to 2 people will be killed by the waste. But it's not by the waste, it's by the train carrying waste. Because you just have so many trains, so you're gonna have an accident in the sort of insurance world definition of you're going to, not actual, actuarial, that's what, actuarial risk. Another kind of risk.
All the risk, yeah. Well, I have a meaty list to start working on to see, which one of these can be supported. I'll try to get answers before Wednesday. With that being said, I will not have answers for all of these by Wednesday, but we definitely can open up the conversation to continue.
Well, at the risk of ending conversation, do we want to move on to the next meeting's agenda?
I don't have that all lined out when I took a look at what's on our work plan for FY 24 and what we've already hit on. You guys are doing great.
We're getting there.
Yeah, we've had groundwater update, K-Basin, WESIP, IDF, we've had the true waste advice, 100 and briefing. So I know that Roberto was looking at a good time to bring PFAS to the committee. With that being said, I think this may be something that's better suited to be a full board brief. But also we're looking into that Phoenix 101 tutorial, because that is something that was requested. What else is on your wish list, Tom, for August? Because we do have it by.
I think we heard the 324 would be ready for a conversation in August, but.
No, not in August.
Milestones?
Yeah, so, the planning call, you asked about those negotiations happening for what, 15, I can't remember.
They're in 15
Yeah,
minutes.
those ones are happening right now. So I heard from my, SME that, we should be able to have a conversation about it in August. I'm not sure right now if that'd be a full-fledged briefing or just like a status update conversation, but she's, I'll touch base with her again to see if we have a clear picture of what it'll be, but we do anticipate that we provide some form of update on the negotiations.
So, yeah, maybe even just a background of what N15 and N16 are. So with them, when it comes time to comment on the actual milestones, we have a foundation. Groundwater is not gonna be ready, because they just those there.
I'll talk to our estimator and touch base with you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if we need, maybe P and L will be ready to talk about the, DD1. Cause that got turned in last October, so maybe now it's ready.
Great.
Okay, so with the understanding that we might be talking about N15 and N16 milestones, we might be talking about
The Phoenix one.
Phoenix, and maybe the debate zone. Do we have any framing questions for those broad bins?
I think on our work priority advice for FY 26, I think the milestones were for the treatability study reports to be submitted in FY 26. I think there are 2 milestones for that. And I think we're looking at 2 years out for the DV.
The lab scale studies went in last October from P and L to DV. That's what I'm talking about. It's not the full, like, field scale. The field scale study is 26.
I thought there was studies that were supposed to be submitted in 26. We look on the last work priority, because we quoted the milestone.
Maybe TBD on that one.
Yeah.
Okay, but anyone have questions about in 15, 16, that would be sort of the adaptive milestones as well. So that could be a framing question is how do these fit into the adaptive milestones approach? And the prep tool, which are really good acronym. It's plateau remediation evaluation program or something like that. It's a model that looks at cost and number of excavators and number of people and sort of optimizes the workflow for cleaning up the central plateau.
Maybe Mia knows.
No, it's called the prep tool. Yeah.
Hi. So the last I heard, I talked to Eddie Holbrook at the May meeting, I believe, and my understanding from our conversation was they're not using the tool anymore. The tool, whatever you were describing, Tom. So I would just be interested in how they're going about figuring out the dates, because the explanation was that the tool was gonna figure out how many, like you were saying, like how many excavators, how many people, all that stuff, and then just like spit out a date. So how are they coming up with the new dates for the milestones that are in abeyance?
If any other framing questions or things that you're interested in hearing about those topics comes to your head, send me an email. We have our agency and leadership planning call for the August meeting kickoff, I guess, next week.
I checked this the 17th.
17th, 2 weeks. So 2 weeks to do some homework if you're interested in learning more. Have we talked ourselves out? Early, look at that.
Sorry, then I guess we need to cover before we close this out.
You have a couple of days to send me ideas for me to bring to the work plan. I know Lindsay's already overburdened, but I'll bring anything anyone wants me to bring on their behalf.
Now's the time to ask.
Yeah. If you're interested in being vice chair, send Josh an email. you have to be in the packet as a primary, for October. That's the only stipulation, I think. And you can't be on the committee, you can't be on leadership already of another committee.
All right. We done? Making sure, this meeting's adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.